Hi! Hello, you guys get started without me, what is happening? Hello! Hi, I'm Squiiji, I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I also learned yesterday the horrors of what happens if you eat expired mayo.
Oink.
Man, I'm going to be investing into vegan mayo in the future because that was horrible. Thankfully, I am not perturbed by mayo as a result of this. I am okay. I am surviving. I just had a very unpleasant tummy situation yesterday. I got to do the... Joby came home and was like, hey, you're not streaming. What's going on? And I got to stand in the doorway of the office and be like, I threw up. But I'm totally fine today, so don't worry about it. I slept it off. I am a-okay. Thank God. That definitely could have gone worse. But, oh my gosh, there's so much happening already. Hello. Let me see. Rex, welcome back for a whole year. Hope you're okay today. Thank you, I am. But welcome back. I've enjoyed getting to rotate with us going forward. Also, Edward, welcome back for 6 months. Half a year and half a century to go. Wait, how many years are you planning to hang out with us? Half a year and a century to go. So you're planning to hang out with us for what? 100.5 years? 101 years? That's a lot of years. That's fair. I promise I'll still exist. EG is a concept that will never die, so don't worry, I'll still be here. Thank you for resubscribing! Also, Mars, thank you for resubscribing. For 6 months, we've been subscribed for 11. Oh my God, welcome back. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your rotation as well. Happy rotation unto you, and happy rotation unto you, and happy rotation unto all of you. Let me see. Also, Nilo, thank you for resubscribing. Also, 10 months. Gonna spin myself. Oh God, that's a number. 262800288 to make us equally sick. Oh God. Please don't spin around until you make yourself ill. I prefer if you did not do that. Thank you very much. I would prefer all of you be in as optimal of health as possible, whether or not I am in optimal health. So don't drag yourself down just because you think I'm suffering. I don't need you to suffer with me. Please, please do not join me in suffering. But welcome back, everyone! Corey, thank you for gifting a sub also to the Shroommates. What the heck? If you got gifted a sub, please say thank you. We rotate for Corey and also for everybody who is resubscribed today. Thank you. Do you know what I determined at some point was that I think the day that we got access to subs was a middle of the week day a year ago, which is why I think a lot of our resubscribing occurs around like the Thursday day, and I didn't stream this Thursday. So welcome back, everyone! 262,800,288. That sounds right, Amber. I don't have the ability in my head to try and start breaking that down and counting how many numbers were in that right off the bat. But thank you for doing math for me. I appreciate it. I had a torrential math failure today in a consultation. I added up something wrong 4 times. And thank you to the person who witnessed me doing that. They were so patient with me. The first time it was wrong, they were like, that doesn't seem right. I was like, you're right, that doesn't seem right. So I added it up again, and I was like, wait, there should be a half number here. You don't have any half numbers. And then I did it again and got the first number again, and they were like, e.g. it's 8. I was like, ah! It was, in fact, at 8 a.m., so my brain was not as functional as it is later in the day. But I was like, you would think that I would be so good at counting to 10, considering how often I have to do it, but no. Finger waggles, if my finger tracking will track my waggling. There we go. No. Not possible. Impossible. I will never learn to count to 10. Apparently you can't make me do it. You can't teach an old shroom new tricks. Out of curiosity, where does the rotation joke come from? That's a fantastic question that I actually don't know the answer to. Why did we start rotating? I think I just made a goofy emote because I didn't have things to fill my emote slots once upon a time of my face on an orb. And then at some point we just decided that was just how we are. Just decided that's the way that we exist as people. Made the orb and we used it. Yeah, I guess it was just that shrimple after all. Started against a raid. Oh, you know what? We might have been trying to make them dizzy. And then I took it a step further by making it part of my Halloween costume. So there's a toggle that will put a giant orb on me. And then also you can spin my head around as another one too. So I think that's all it is it's just those variety of things. I think we just thought it was funny. And yeah, I think it's the most used emote of everyone. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Little rotation of the head. Yeah. Nice. Thank you for breaking my neck in, warming me up for the day. Very good. I like how I rotate so stiff while it's happening too. Good question, and Incinda loved it from the start. I do think so. I think there were a couple of shroommates who particularly were big fans of it from the start, and I think that sort of helped get it started, maybe. That sort of is what set it on the right path, maybe. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. This is the Halloween costume that never was, or that kind of was. This was my prank. Yeah. So, let me see. Oh, Kendrat, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Also, I just got a sub goal just this second, which question mark. Is it waiting to load one? It might be. Unclear. Oh wait, it's probably because the hype train ended. That might be why. Thank you guys for the hype train. What a way to start the day. We'd love to see it. Let's see, what did I get? Did I get a cute little guy? Oh, hello, mouse. Do you want to work? Let's see. Oh, I got a frog! I got a frog! Wait, that's so good. Wait, I have frog. I have to share frog with all of you. Wow, I have a lot of gifted subs right now. There we go. Look at the frog! That's me. Surprised, and eyeballs that blink at many different times. Are you counting in Spanish? I can count in Chinese. Let's see if I can still count in Chinese. I took Northern Shell and Kung Fu, so theoretically I should be able to count until at least 20. But my pronunciation might not be fantastic. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 是一是二是三是四是五是六是七是八是九是 and then it just goes 二是一二是三 it just keeps going like that essentially, which is a very easy counting method, thank goodness. That's very good. Oh, thank you. Thanks. I did a lot of counting in Chinese for like 8 years. Most of the any amount of Mandarin that I know comes from Kung Fu, so like the only parts I know are like Ma bu, that's horse stance. Ji bu. Kung bu. Bu means stance if you haven't guessed. Yeah, I can count in sign language. I can too! Let's see if my hand tracking will get it, because I know that 3 is done differently depending on where you are for sign language also, whether 3 is like this or not. It's not going to track my hand for it well enough to do sign language, unfortunately. But knowing an ASL is also very good. My chat is way ahead of the video. Uh-oh! Is Twitch being slow today? Oh, it is September. Yeah, I don't tend to like make an ordeal out of September because it's cool and all that is happening, but like, I don't like asking for money from people. Which maybe is counter to being able to succeed financially as a VTuber. But I like it for me to be like, hey, it's September! Do you want to give me things? I'm like, I feel bad. I feel terrible for asking you to do this. I don't know if I deserve this. If you guys want to, I'll never stop you, but at the same time, I have such a hard time asking for stuff like that. I am the worst promoter of myself. It happens. Fuf und Dreitzig. Is that 500 and... Dreitzig is 13, right? 513? Is that what you're saying, Nilo? I can count in German, too. I used to take German once upon a time, too. 1, 2, 3... Wait, hang on, no. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... No, that's not 9. 10. Wait, hang on. I'm not remembering. I'm just saying words that sound like German, but they aren't actually German. I fear. Wait, yes it is? Wait, was that actually it? 9? Wait, oh, okay, I'm just misremembering. My brain was like, that sounds too close to English. You're just not doing it right. I feel bad because I worry streamers don't get the benefits of September. Exactly, same. Yeah, the reason why is, like, I know that... I believe that the percentage that comes out of the sub comes from the amount that the streamers make from it. So the idea is that more people will buy subscriptions in September, therefore you make up for it, but, like, I feel bad asking for it. I don't know. What do you fear? I do fear many things. I fear many things. I fear the heat death of the universe, for 1, for starters. 2, I fear the healthcare system of the United States of America. I also fear mayonnaise, apparently now. Rotten eggs in any capacity. Those are the things I fear. You fear... Yeah, I do also fear that. That 4-letter word, I also fear. I don't fear the Inquisition, because the Inquisition's on my side. Huh? What is this face? What? What toggled this? What? Hang on. You toggled snack time, but I don't have a snack. And instead of having a snack, I have a mouth that isn't even really a mouth. This is just a PNG over my face. What is this? Hello, what? It's not really a mouth. Hang on, rotates my head. Do you see it? Do you see how it's just like a PNG over my face? What is happening? Why have you guys zip the lip? Silence, shroom. I don't know why this is happening. Where is this? Is this a prop? This must be a prop. Yeah, kiss mouth. Hide that, thank you. Don't know what that's about. Where's my cookie? No, it came back! What? Hang on, why did it just come back? No, hide. No, no kiss mouth. Please, I have to scream. Please. Oh, I see what's happening. A bunch of my props are missing for some reason. My cookie isn't here. So I think it's just defaulting to throwing the next closest thing? How weird. Why is that happening? Man, every time I think I've got stuff figured out... Hello? Where? This is me? I guess I'm just this short now. Yeah, Twitch redeems are up to something again, I swear. Man, everything sure is fine, huh? I am on fire! No cookies for me. Which is fair, because it's crazy. I don't have a snack to eat right now. There is no snack. Joby and I have to go grocery shopping tonight, so there is no snack, unfortunately. What can you do? Also, Gary, you're clipping out of my hat right now. Get back in. Get back in there. That's not where you're supposed to be. Why are you halfway through my hat? Everything is still not working properly, but that is okay. What can you do? The snack is a lie. Apparently, the snack is a lie. Gary's the cooking rat. Yes, he is, but he's supposed to be inside the hat, not like partially phasing through the hat and existing in two places at once. He's supposed to disappear when this happens. I don't quite understand. Wow, I am everything all at once, though. Bad Buns with the classic, I am an Uma now. Anyways, why are we here today? Golly. Oh my gosh, by golly. Why are we here today? As much as you may believe that it is to torture me just a little bit and to spin me and rotate me and to yap, that's actually not why I've summoned you all here today. I've summoned you all here today so that I can answer some questions that I am so commonly asked, and I would love to be able to give a more in-depth answer to than I can just via a couple of messages in DM. What? Why? Why do I keep getting silenced? Stop silencing me! I don't want to be quiet. I have to explain what we're doing. Yeah, it looks like a sticker because I think it is a sticker. I don't understand what's happening. I think it's because the prop is missing. Therefore, it's just defaulting to the next prop in the list and it's silencing me. Okay. Anyways, the questions that I'm so frequently answered that I would love to provide a more in-depth answer to, I say while I'm standing here menacingly at all of you with my terrifying eyeballs in the fire. The questions that I field the answers to most often are how to create references for character design, how to research for character design, how to become a stronger character designer, what programs do you use to help you with those things? Is it possible to be a character designer or to design a character without being able to draw? Is it possible to create an effective reference sheet for an artist to create a character from, even if you yourself can't draw? So I have all the answers here for you today. Let me tell you, I have all the answers. I have all the answers for you here today, and I will not be silenced despite the best efforts of whatever this is to make me be quiet. I will yap, and no one can stop me. Also, is Spinny G working? It seems like some things aren't occurring properly. I don't know what's going on. Yes, okay, good. I'm doing my best. Yes, I will stretch. Can only hear the Charlie Brown parents? Yeah, I'll do an Animal Crossing noise, the wah, 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 wah. We can try out all of my inability to speak sounds. Thank you for coziness, though, Edward. I will calm down. So, character design research. How do we go about doing that? What are the steps to it? How can we become stronger character designers? How can we build our visual inventories? Today, I'm gonna run us all through my character design process. Just kind of quickly, we're gonna design a character together. I'm gonna play pretend. I'm gonna pretend that I am redesigning myself as a VTuber, so that we can sort of run through all the questions that you should ask yourself as you are trying to design a character, especially a self-insert character, or just the questions you should run through if you are trying to design a character essentially from their point of view. So, we'll get to all of those things. Let me teleport us to where, wow, this room is. Oh wait, I'm missing a certain sheet that should be open also. I have a bunch of sources of things that we are going to look at that should be open, but I may or may not have opened all of them. Hang on, one of them's missing. Whoa, there we go. Got it. Okay. So glad I'm tuning in today. This is what I need. Don't worry, I got you. We've got a Professor Squiiji lecture here. Not a lecture in the sense that I have not created like a PowerPoint for it. We're just gonna go through things together. Oh. This is a little bit silly right now.
I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. Warning for Vtubers: if you send only a mood board or reference images instead of a character design to an artist, they automatically owns the copyright, not you, unless they specified otherwise. God's copyright can only be transferred through a written agreement.
This is partially true. I actually will talk about this a little bit. I have recently learned a lot about how copyright works, especially for VTubers and for visual designs in that way, because I have a video, finally for the first time in forever. When was the last time that I released an edited video? Months ago, I think. If I'm right, months ago. I think it was a year ago even. Oh man, this form opened up all kinds of weird, but we'll go through it anyway. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. I finally am working on making videos again, but we will talk about copyright and how that works, as well as trademarking. Yeah, and I am a terribly cursed turtle right now. So, I'm gonna teleport us somewhere where you can see the lovely document I'm putting together. It's not maybe a finished document, but it is something that I will give you all access to if you guys would like it to use it to guide you through your process as you are designing a character or a VTuber or something like that. So let's go here. Oh, also I didn't take roll. I should maybe take roll. Hi! It didn't make noise for some reason. Who's here today for class? Who's here? Let's see. Let me scroll back. Where's my mouse? There we go. There. Yeah, there we go. So, Twitch fellas. Ocnus, Lilium, Chilky, Southern Lights, Mars MP3, Angel Kitty, Edward, Bugs, Chili, B Piranha, Cotton Candy Floss. Sorry to hiccup really quickly there. Lots of Spingy, but that doesn't count as being here. Rex, Yabari, Conrad, Innocent, Mad Buns, Sam 41, Cecil Sade, Nilo, Fia, Jello, Refracted Fluff, Fern, Lance, Buns, Artborough, Osgand, Atomic Teal, Ember Ushi, Herc, Roseo, YouTube Shroommates. Who is here? I see Starless Mage, who is not here, apparently. Val, I see Luca, Muskcake, also Nano. Hi. If you guys would like to check in, I have a 1-point redeem on Twitch. I'm supposed to be cozy right now. I have a 1-point redeem on Twitch if you would like to check in for class via that. Hi, Sophie. Yeah. Also, Daff. Chris Dalatar. Also, YouTube fellas, if you guys like to check in, just say here. That is how it works. Hi, Aaron. Limbus is having a collab with Arknights. They did a costume swap. That's interesting. I'm so glad that happened after I covered both of them, because that would have been incredibly confusing. Is this document available in the Discord? It will be once it is more complete. God, what is happening to me right now? This isn't cozy at all. EG, please. Yeah, there we go. Resume normalcy. There we go. Sakaris. I'm glad you guys are here. Lisa, hello. There we go. Okay, now I'm free. I have been freed. So, I have a document that is sort of guiding the process, and I'm going to walk us through this. I will put it in the Discord once I have gotten it to a point that I'm more confident with it. It's not fantastic. I'd like to edit it just so that it looks a little more user-friendly, but this is just to guide us through what we're going to do today for stream. We are going to pretend that I, EG, am redesigning. So I'm going to fill these things out just to give you an idea of how much detail should go into them. We're going to build the mood boards and stuff like that that would be necessary. Just to talk just very briefly about copyright law for VTubing, it's really intriguing. It's very intriguing because you can't own concepts. You can't own the concept of I am a pink cat girl. I am a blue shark girl. I am a demon elf that is purple. Like, you can't own that. That's not possible. That's too broad. In VTubing specifically, you can't own that combination of traits, but you can own your own specific design. And the important thing here is that you do have to buy the copyright of your design to own it. Yes, I do have to give the I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice disclaimer, but this is my just like things to think about is that you should think about purchasing the copyright of your design from your artist. You should think about it. You should also be aware that there are certain things that can and cannot be trademarked about you as a character, and in order to trademark your character, your design, your name, things like that, you do have to register the trademark under a legal name or an LLC. In the chance that you registered under a legal name, suddenly your legal name is searchable in relation to the trademark, or if you register under an LLC, your legal name is still also researchable and findable on the internet under that LLC. So that is the reason why most indie VTubers do not have their name or other elements of themselves trademarked in some capacity. It's a privacy concern for most of them, but that is why most of your VTuber agencies like Hololive and Nijisanji have trademarks for everything they can. They've got trademarks for names, for generation names, for branches, for logos, for everything they can. Hololive has like well over 100 trademarks. Yes, also trademarks are niche specific. So just because you have the name within, I don't know where VTubing falls within that. Once again, not legal advice. I don't know everything about this. I just know sort of the amount that I've needed to be a character designer in this field. But, you know, if you were to get a trademark for your name, it would only probably work within the entertainment industry. So somebody who is outside of that industry could have the same name and it would be totally fine. Can your neighbor own the company you registered under? I don't know. I am not a lawyer, so I don't have that answer. However, there are some lawyers who have dealt extensively with VTuber legalities, especially as it goes for trademarking and copyright and stuff like that. So those fellows would be good to reach out to mayhaps. I can find them for you and send them if you would like. But we have been raided! Sorry, I wanted to finish my sentence. Hi! I hope you guys can hear us because I'm in an ad break technically right now, I think. But welcome in, Butterscotch Pecan. I am Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Today we're talking about character design and how to research for VTuber character design specifically. Welcome! Thank you, Maz, for getting the shout out. Also, let me see, what were you doing maybe? Art, maybe date everything, maybe Apollo Justice, something of that capacity. I hope you had a good stream though. Hang on, I saw, what was that? Message, something. USA is more content creator lawyers? Yes, the US does. And I will say, I'm only talking about this as far as the US goes. I don't really actually know anything about how trademarking or copywriting goes on a legal basis. Or legally in an international basis, but I do know how it works just a little bit about how it works in the US, just a little, just enough. Yeah. The rotations, yeah, welcome in. I hope you're not intimidated by everybody spinning at you, just a little bit as a treat of spinning. Oh, Saba has an LLC under her name? Oh God, does she really? That's concerning. That's potentially dangerous. If anything, the safest way of having a LLC or something like that is there are certain states you can register in where you don't need to have a legal name connected to it. So if you register, I think it's through Delaware or I think the other one's Wyoming. You don't have to connect your name. Similarly, you could also, if she wanted trademarking, she could potentially have had a management company trademark it for her. But then that does tie you to them, and that does cause some problems with, as we know, management has not been fantastic in many places, unfortunately. But that is at least a way to keep your name out of it. Yeah, lots of US LLCs are registered in Delaware for a couple reasons. Yeah. Ding ding, let's set up in Delaware. Yeah. So that could potentially be a good option. But heck yes, Benny, we love it. I'm glad you love it. How was your stream? What were you doing? I'm sorry if you answered me. I didn't see. I might have lost it in here. Oh, I did. I don't know if there was an answer. Super excited to catch you live, seen your VODs, and have learned a lot through them. Interesting stuff to know as an artist. I'm glad. Thank you for stopping by for the live, though. I appreciate it. You can have your parents open an LLC if you trust them and have a contract with their company that owns your IP. I guess you technically could do that, but then at the same time, you're still connecting yourself to your last name legally, which still doesn't keep you safe inherently. It's tough to know what to advise in that way, which is why not legal advice. Not legal advice! I cannot stress this enough. But we're sort of straying from what the intent of our discussion here was. Those were just things to keep in mind, mayhaps. Yeah. Good, making an OC for date everything today? Roommates, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Roommates, did you hear that? They were making an OC for a date everything today. Do you know what that means? I'm waiting to see if the roommates will beat me to it, but I don't know if they will. Hey! Oh, yep, there we go. There we go. That's what I was hoping for. Hey, Butterscotch, would you care to pay art tax? Would you like to show us what you were working on? We love to snoop. We love a delectable, delicious little art snack while we were working. If you would care to share with us. Sure? Hell yeah! If you would like to send it in the chat, if you send like a Discord link or a Twitter link or a Blue Sky link, stuff like that works. Moobot might not like it, but that's fine. I can still grab it anyway, and we'll just jostle Moobot if he's not listening. Yeah! See, look, even the YouTube Shremates are chanting for food. It's hard to read, but Callie does have a fork and a plate. But I'll keep an eye out for that. I'm gonna try and keep us moving.
None of what TG is talking about is legal advice, but this is. Concrete is the best snack. I am living proof.
Gary, for legal reasons, I have to specify that that is not legal advice. Legally, concrete is not the best snack. I think that's too objective. I don't think there can be any legal ruling on that. You can be living proof of an entity existing that believes that, however, so just not quite true. Not quite accurate, but that's okay. Better luck next time, son. You're young. You'll learn someday. How all of that works. Yeah. This is how we try and predict the next Pokemon game. Stalk the Pokemon company and see what names they trademark file. This is honestly the way that you can stalk any company and figure out what they're up to, is seeing what trademarks they register. Just keep an eye on Nintendo. In general, what things they trademark. It makes it very easy to see what's happening. Where can I put it in the Discord? Oh, I guess you could put it in the Discord too. I was gonna say you can send it right in the chat here if you would like. But... Okay. You could send it in the chat here, or if you send it in the Discord, you could send it in... Wow, somewhere like... Honestly, live suggestions would not be a bad place to put it. Since I am live right now, and we're suggesting to take a look at it. Put it in art? Oh, that also works. Sure. Oh, like you put the image itself. Ah, art tax, working on Sam, gardening tools, and a new kettle gal. Oh, wait, they're so cute. Hang on, I gotta copy that. Oh, wait, you guys can see. I forgot I'm sharing my whole screen right now. Look at that! Gardening tools, the character! Look how cute! Got the hose and all the little side bag things. The hair, is there something specific about the way the hair is patterned? It seems rather interesting. Yeah, I forgot you guys could see. all the drawers on the pants. E.g. casually forgetting that chat has eyes. That's not what I forgot. I remembered you had eyes. Ow. I just forgot that I'm in the place where you can see my whole screen as opposed to the one only lets you see Clip Studio, so I forgot. I forgot. Don't look. Wait. Is the back of my head missing? Is that why it also muted me again? Is it because the back of my head's missing? That could definitely be why it's happening. No, 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 no. I'm not head empty, I promise. My head is so full of good thoughts today. Help! Rosie Pop Games, thank you for following. Ah! Yes, it is. I'm clipping it. No, do not. My brain contains many very good thoughts. I promise to you. Hang on, look at this other tea kettle. Oh, wait, the hat is so cute. Stop. Stop. Don't torture me. Don't torture me. Kitty, the kettle. Look, the handle on the top of her head and the bell shape of the kettle itself. The minimum and maximum line for the water fill on the dress. Oh, it's so cute. Thank you for sharing this with us, Butterscotch Roommates. Can you say thank you for delectable art snack and stop torturing me? We're trying to appreciate cute designs. Stop torturing me. There we go. Yes. Yummy, delicious, delicioso. Why is there tiny glasses in your head? That's the secret. My glasses, when you can't see them, are just hanging out inside my skull. I just absorb them through the membranes of my funny little gills on my head. They just go right inside my head. My sparklies and my other emotions are also contained in there, yeah. That's just like 3D modeler tricks. They just toggle. So I go like this. Oh wait, hang on, I won't track it. You see how they're not there anymore? Yeah, we're looking behind the scenes. I absorb all the things that happen. Thanks? Of course! Thank you for rating! If you need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling and meeing, you and your fellas, you are welcome to do so. If you want to stick around and hear about character design, go for it. No, my immersion! If you're on the Squiiji stream for immersion, you came to the wrong place. Let me tell you, fellas. Wow, this is really gonna be a running gag today, isn't it? Until I figure out what's wrong. Oh, I'm gonna figure out what's going on, like, on Monday morning or something. Oh, man. Some of our names just do not work right now. Any general advice you have for a VTuber that changes between two designs with a gender fluid concept? Ah, that's an interesting question. I would say having something that visually links the two of them, whether it be motifs that repeat between the two of them, or just like changing the hairstyle so it's clear that the hair is the same haircut but just being styled in a way that makes it look maybe more masculine or more feminine or more androgynous, whatever it may be. Those are potentially good options for that. Somebody who I think has an interesting example of that is Hero Ages. We critiqued their design on stream before, but they essentially have the same head between their more masculine and more feminine versions of the design, but the hair is styled differently between the two of them, and then the clothing, while keeping the same color palette, is just proportioned differently and leans more masculine or more feminine or more androgynous between the two. So I think that's a good way. Yes, I do have Uma ears. I am part Hort sometimes. Just sometimes. Not always. Okay, hang on. First things first, I'm the realist. We gotta start. It's been 38 minutes. I was intending to start us more quickly. I failed. I did not succeed. So, if you are intending to design a character, writing comes first. For as much as, if you are designing a character, you may be an artist. You may not be an artist. You may be an aspiring VTuber. Writing comes first. As much as that is not exciting, you have to come up with a concrete plan for what your intentions are first. And that is how you're going to make sure that you don't make decisions that you're going to run back in 6 months or a year. So, me, immediately, I failed this. My EG 1.0 totally failed this. Did not follow this at all. Because what you should be doing, especially if you're creating a character that is meant to be a self-insert, like a VTuber is, you need to determine the things about a character that you are going to love, the things about a character that you want to reflect the parts of you that you would like others to understand. So, yeah, crop top EG flashback, what was I thinking? So like, me, I was like, okay, what am I as EG, the person, but the person behind the funny little mushroom? I am pretty outgoing. I am pretty chatty. I didn't know that at that time. I love mushrooms. I love screen printing. I love teaching. All of those things. My initial design conveys none of that because the only thing I thought about at that point in time was the just visual angle of it, what occupation I was trying to convey, which was that I wanted to be an artist, a screen printer, and also a mushroom. I didn't incorporate how fashion could lead into that, how visual motifs could lead into that. So what I suggest so strongly is Yam's VTuber Concept Companion worksheet. Even if you are not designing a VTuber, if you're designing a character that is meant to be a self-insert, her guide is fantastic. So this worksheet, I have the link to the video that she talks about it in, but I also have just it downloaded here so we can run through it really quickly. We're going to play pretend. I'm going to go through all of the steps of pretending I'm redesigning myself. So that way we can see what EG could have been or could be in some other way, just for practice. Because the key elements that we want to write down and have thoroughly explored before we even start getting into visuals for a character, we want to know what their personality type that they are intending to convey is. What personality traits are defining for them? And are those things that we want a viewer to know about the character? There is such thing as characters who appear one way but act another way, whether that's your Gap Moe characters or your characters that seem really like stern and stoic, but they really have a heart of gold. Those are things you should determine immediately, right off the bat before you get started. Because personality itself so strongly can guide character design. We often associate shapes and colors with particular types of personalities. So I just had some basic examples here of the fact that we tend to associate friendly, upbeat characters that we're like bound to get along with. Maybe they're cute with round shapes because those curves are friendly to us just in our internal thinking. It's like the Kiki and Booba conundrum where we tend to assume Booba, or was it Boba? Something like that, is round and soft and friend-shaped. Meanwhile, Kiki, sharper angles, sharper shapes. We tend to assume that that's more aggressive or more energetic or more intense. So by determining what you want from your personality to be conveyed, we can take those notes and make sure those parts come into the design visually. Boba, yeah, B-O-U-B-A, yes. Thank you, Amber. Yeah, the Kirby effect also, yes, for sure. Then also, there's still the third sort of in-between shape, which is dependable characters will be squares. And then for color palette, you also get the idea that, you know, more saturated, brighter colors and having more colors in a palette tend to be closely associated with those friendly, outgoing, upbeat characters. Meanwhile, your more like intense or aggressive characters will have darker palettes. Those things all go into conveying the correct mood for your character. And there's a way to make any palette work for any character, but determine what your personality is. So we're gonna just play pretend. We're gonna run through this concept thing. What personality traits do you want to carry over into your VTuber or character? Any aspects of yourself you want to emphasize? So, hi, I'm EG. Why is this aligned on that side? Whoa, hang on. This is very silly right now, the way it's formatted. I'm EG. Hey, Shrewmates, how would you describe me? I would say that I am... Good question. Do we have this worksheet available somewhere in the Discord? This worksheet is available through Yam Allbat. Let me just link you guys the stream that it's a part of, which is this one. Copy, yeah, there we go. So this is Yam's character concept worksheet. It's in the description of this video, so I'm gonna pin this so that way we have access to it easily. Pin, please pin. There we go. And then make sure that this stays manually pinned forever. Yay! There we go. The video has a link to the PDF in Google Drive. Yes. So let me stick this also on YouTube. Whoop, copy and paste. There we go. Very good. Okay. So now you guys have access to this too if you want to fill it out while you are working on things. Oh, I got it pinned, don't worry. Oh, but you might have actually beat me to it. Never mind, I lied. So, yeah, goofy, silly for me. If we're designing a character for EG, I think, yeah, goofy, silly. Upbeat. Are there any other words? Pretty voice is not a personality trait. That is more just a descriptor in some capacity. Kind might be a good word. We're doing word association. Delay. The giant bugs are back. I'm so sorry to hear that. Also, Silent Sova, thank you for following. Warm. Ah, see, warm could be a good descriptor word, yeah. Warm. Bioluminescence? I don't think that relates to me. I can stop by for a second, but I'm so thrilled you're doing this. Referred to your videos last year on Good Design and such, so knowing you're making even more resources for this is awesome. Thank you! One day there'll probably be an edited video about this, but I just wanted to help people now while I am unable to be editing a lot of videos. So, at least it exists. Reposting as it got buried. Chaos. True. Reposting. Knowledgeable, helpful, energetic. Yes, I think energetic. Knowledgeable. D-G-E-A-B-L-E. Is that how you spell knowledgeable? No, it wasn't. Whoops. Energetic. Yeah. I think these all make sense for me. Concrete does not describe me. I don't think I am concrete as a person. I think I am very all over the place. Encouraging. Okay, sure, yeah. Well, this is funny. I'm making you all just describe me. That was not really the intent here. So, personality traits for an EG who is going to become a totally new character. All of that. Yeah, talkative, yes, could also be a part of it. That's not how, that's supposed to be a K. There we go, nice, okay. So I think that's a good amount of words to use as our guiding words for personality traits. Next, on top of considering personality traits, considering your planned content genre, or, you know, if you're not making a character design for VTubing, what is the type of genre that you are writing the character for? So for me, my genre as a VTuber is that I am educational, and I'm a VTuber. Those are probably my two genre things. Yeah, I'm a teacher, but that's more my occupation. So my type of content is art educational and VTubing. For me, but for you, this could be, you know, edited videos. This could be, I am making gaming content. I'm making gaming walkthroughs. I'm making gaming, like behind the scenes or like fun facts videos. I'm making edited content. I am a just chatting streamer. I make music on stream. I want this character to be set in a horror setting. I want this character to be in an action adventure setting. Things like that. So for me, the setting of where I want to be and want to exist as EG is I am set in the modern day. I am just set modern day. I think my angle for design is sort of slice of life, if anything. So that's how I would define my general like genre too. But those are good things to consider. What era is this character existing in? What guiding, you know, philosophies of genre will, you know, support them. The fact that I'm slice of life makes me a little bit more realistic in my design. I'm a little bit more pared down. I'm not as exaggerated or over the top. My clothing is a little bit more grounded. My silhouette follows that also. Yeah. You're concrete as opposed to metaphorical, I guess. That's true. I'm not metaphorical. I do exist, at the very least. Contemporary slice of life, E.G. May. Yeah, that's me. Slice of life where mushrooms gain sentience. That's me. Yeah, true. So, target audience as well, especially if you're a VTuber, but even if you are just designing a character, who do you want to be interested in this character? Who's your target audience? So for me as a VTuber, my target audience was artists mostly. Center that. Artists, people who like VTubing. Surprisingly, my audience has become a lot of people who like gacha games also. Because we talk about a lot of those all the time. So that goes in there also, yep. Oops. You guys don't have to say oops. What do you mean? That's how I got you here. video gamers, perhaps, but not people who like to watch video games inherently. People who like to talk about video games more specifically, maybe. Not a visual artist. I'm an art enjoyer. That's true. Art enjoyers. People, because I don't play games. That's not part of my intention. But people who like games, I guess. People who like talking about games. Analyzing games. Yeah. To people who like characters and analyzing. Yeah, we're all nerds. I'll put that there, yeah. Nerds! Heart. I say that with love in my heart. I am one of the nerds also. Excuse you, I discovered you from your VTuber design videos well before you started streaming. Well, hey, that's fair. Look, people who are art enjoyers, people who like VTubing. That's you. You're not trapped in here with me. You wanted to be here. Locks door. Yeah, you're stuck here with me now. But I would say that, do you see what I did here? I didn't write like whole paragraphs about everything because on some level, you need a concept that you can convey kind of quickly with a lot of clarity. You need an elevator pitch. This is something that I see very often, is that people will give an entire paragraph or more trying to explain their character design or their intents for a character. If you cannot pare down what your character is intended to be and who it's intended to appeal to a couple of sentences, then you may be A, overdoing it, or B, just in need of a way to explain your intentions in a more efficient manner. Because if you are giving that whole paragraph to a character designer, if you yourself aren't going to be the artist, or if you're trying to pitch this character to someone in the future, it makes it sound like you don't have a concrete plan. I gotta stop saying concrete, because you guys are gonna keep like sleeper phrase activating, but you should have a clear plan set out. Yeah. Dialato, Lock in TV, thank you guys for following. Don't need an elevator pitch if you just take the stairs. I will tell you, unfortunately, your executives that you would be pitching to in the elevator aren't taking the stairs, so you will have to take the elevator to run into them, unfortunately. So, that's a good start. I like to expand beyond what is here into the sort of different tenets for character design that I tend to talk about.
Hey,
which is
what's
that,
up, gamers? It's your favorite boy, Gary. I heard concrete.
You heard right, Gary. You are our favorite boy. That is also true. You're also the only boy who is here. You're the only gendered character in the Squiiji universe. I don't have a gender. Joey doesn't have a character or have a gender. Do you even have a gender? I don't know. We just use he, him for you for some reason. I don't know. I guess I can't determine that. You are a mushroom. I feel like you're also immune to gender. Anyways, as I was saying before Gary distracted me, there are a couple of other key things that you should answer about your intents for a character as far as your interests go. Some questions to ask yourself. What interests do you have if you're designing a self-insert character, or what inserts should the character themselves have? Anytime I'm saying you, I'm referring to the character, whether that character be you, a self-insert, a VTuber, or any other character that exists somewhere else. What interest does this character have? What is this character an expert in? Does that character have a degree in something? Does that character have an IRL profession? The answers to those questions can really help to provide something as a basis for a character, because so many characters are just like animal, color, and there's not much more depth to them. So if you are creating a self-insert character, you can bring your expertise to the table in some area, even if it's not a large part of your stream or whatever it is you're doing with that character. It still adds just a little bit of realism to the character. It adds more depth. So it is very worthwhile to include. So that's an important question to ask yourself. This can also be a question that helps you figure out what type of content to make if you're a VTuber, but it doesn't have to. VTuber blacksmith? Yeah, I'm a teacher because I'm a teacher. Carly is correct. Gary's pronouns are concrete/concrete. I don't think that works as a pronoun. It might. That might be hard. Concrete? So that just sounds like we're using another name. That's too confusing potentially for him. Con/crete? Too complicated. I'm not sure if I would be able to use that properly in a sentence. Wait. Con is, I don't think we know that I'm using, if we used Con and Crete, people would start to assume that his name is Con. They would start to assume that that's a name. I don't know. Con would work like a pronoun? Oh boy. What if my specialty is a boring one, like taxes? Oh my god, you were exactly my example that I use for this, which is that there, as much as maybe you can't give directly, like, legal advice, there is the, what is it, Tax Haven 3000 or something? There's a game where an anime girl helps you do your taxes on Steam. There is a want for something like that. You could give people financial advice. You could, or like, not like really financial advice. You can do the disclaimer of this is not actually legal advice, but then also say, hey, here's some ideas. But you could also just bring that into the kinds of content you make. If you are streaming games where there's any amount of like financial management going on, bring your expertise into that. Talk about finances in that capacity that you know about it. Like if you're playing like EVE Online or something with a digital marketplace, you will definitely have things that you know and can talk about that your average fellow won't. And that's what makes things interesting. We talked about this not that long ago with the fact that, man, who was it? There's a guy who talks about the propane tanks that he encounters. What was it was it Modern Warfare? Something like that. And there's also somebody who talks about all the manhole covers they find in games when they find them because they're an expert in that. And just those little things can be so endearing to a viewer. So do take those opportunities to bring those little things into your character if you're playing the character. But also, if you have a specialty in something, that just helps you write a character all the more too. And if that specialty that you would like a character to have is something that you aren't a professional in, try consulting somebody who is a professional in it, because often characters won't feel like they actually relate to that unless they have a lot of those little particularities that are relatable to those kinds of people. So like, if you have your programmer character reference their rubber duck, the common person might not know what that means, but any programmers who are interacting with that piece of media that you've created will go, I know what that is, and it adds one of those little levels of realism to the character. And if you're building a character, those can be fun little traits. If you're a programmer character, why don't they have a little duck friend? Why couldn't ducks be a part of their motif? Stuff like that. Just good things to think about. Another clip about the propane tanks? Yes, exactly. Programmer where the chat is an army of rubber ducks. Yeah! So much of character design is making those lists of, okay, here is my profession. I'm E.G., I'm a teacher. What
Excuse
can I...
me, but Gary's full name is Copernus Comatus Garurai Concretai. When Gary takes over the UK, one must refer to Gary as that.
Copernus Comatus Garie Concretiae. You forgot his professional title, which is Sir, also, but yeah, you can refer to him that way, that's fine. 100% click on something that's titled Tax Professional Plays/Reacts to, because it's so unique. Exactly! That's what I'm saying! Exactly! I used to work at a used game store. I really do not know how I would even use that. Okay, but I would imagine that because you worked at a used game store, you now are aware of more games than probably the average person is, especially the kinds of games that people tend to not hang on to. So you could be somebody who could talk about like shovelware, or like the types of games that are like third-party games that are like, you know, the kinds people are probably returning to those kinds of stores frequently. There's always an angle, let me tell you. There is always an angle. Give a character design suggestion. If this character is planned to use for VTubing or video games, be aware that more complicated designs might cost more to make. That is true. We're gonna get there once we get a little bit further down in the list here. The original stages, the first stages of planning a character, are to dream big. We're not gonna limit ourselves yet. But we will. we will. We'll get there, yeah. There's a game that's like $40,000. Wait, is that $40,000? Yeah, $40,000 to change the name for legal reasons on Atari. Oh god, oh actually NES. But see, you know that, so you can talk about that. Maybe it'd be good to do like gaming fun facts or something. There's always an angle, I swear to you, I promise. So, let me see, where was I? Oh, what interests do you have? What are you an expert in? I'm E.G. In my filling out of this sheet, I'm a teacher, or educational slice of life modern day. I'm an expert in character design, and printmaking. What else am I an expert in? Am I an expert in anything else? That might be it for me. I'm an expert in yapping, but I don't think that counts. But character design is where most of my points went for VTuber, because making printmaking relatable was not as easy. For the fact that if I wanted to, do you know how many printmakers there are who are live streamers? Take a guess how many printmakers there are who are live streamers. And when I say that, I mean printmakers who do printmaking as their live stream. Guess for me. I've actually researched this kind of extensively when I was trying to figure out my own niche, which was kind of funny. At least 2, 21, 10. As of, well, actually, I don't know if this is up to date, but as of a year ago, when I was finalizing Squiiji 2.0, there was one person who live streams printmaking. That's it. One person. Only one. They're not a VTuber. And it is, I think it's Dave Bull. What's his name? He is a Japanese print press operator who streams. Just stuff going through his files. And let me tell you, that man streams to like 500 plus people every single stream. He attracts a very different crowd than your average VTuber probably would. But there's not very much going on in that way. What is his name? Is it Dave Bull? I might be misremembering his... Yes, no, it is David Bull. David Bull. Oh, no, wait, that's a politician. I want the print artist. Unkind. Yeah, here he is! David Bull! He has a print shop in Japan. I forget where it is. But, like, look, he's got a YouTube! And he streams on Twitch, and I follow him, and I listen to him talk about things. Yeah! So, there is a niche for everyone, I swear to you, I promise. So, just for the fun of the way that we are going to be designing a character today, as if we were redesigning me, we're going to focus on the printmaking end of EG, as opposed to the character designer end of EG. So we're going to go for that as my teaching element. What are all these numbers? Hello? We're going to go for that as we attempt to just play pretend design in EG. So, concept. We've got personality. We have an occupation of some sort. Species. This is not something that is 100% necessary, especially if you're trying to create a piece of media where the characters are relatively grounded. But, you know, a lot of us, especially in VTubing or who enjoy character designing for fun, we like playing around with alternate species for things. This can be, you know, your elf, your tiefling, your gnome, your dwarf, your human. Clearly, you can just be human. Trust me, you can just be human. You don't have to have a species. Human counts as a species. You can be any kind of animal if you would like. And as far on that scale of catgirl, kigurumi, to furry and anthro as you like. You can be any of those things. Yeah, vampires, fairies, any of those things. If your design feels like it's missing something, like it could use just an extra little flair, sometimes species is all it takes to just take you that extra step further, because every type of animal or creature has design elements that are associated with them very closely. So that way, you know, if we're thinking, okay, maybe I'm a printmaking professor, but like, if I was an elf, suddenly that gives us a little bit more of a guiding hand, because we tend to associate elves with having, you know, long pointy ears, elegant clothing, green or like earthy color palettes for clothing often, an association with nature. So suddenly that helps guide us in our other areas of developing that concept as well. Would supernatural status count as a species, like cat or versus cat ghost? Yes, exactly. It absolutely would. Yes, that does count. So that counts towards your species. So that's, both of those are in the species too. Creating grounded characters is so hard, I'm struggling. Let me tell you, it's tough for me also, because my background in character design comes from like American animation. Most of my students who I taught character design to were learning character design for Western animation and also for Western like graphic noveling. So a lot of those designs are either super, super, super cartoony and ungrounded, or they're so grounded that they are, the character designs themselves are just so only distinct by like one or two small features. Those are just two polar ends of the spectrum. So I've learned a lot more recently about Eastern character design, so that has helped me a lot more in finding some of those balances and finding what, you know, different parts of the world do maybe more effectively in character design. But yeah, it's definitely hard finding a balance in that capacity. So, personality traits, plain content genre, target audience, Nope, we'll get to that. That's just for funsies. Interests you have. Oh, fashion styles. This is something that I am often telling people to pick when I am having consultations with them. There seems to be a couple of like really like, I don't want to say default styles for character design fashion, but it's more so that people are deciding a fashion sense because they see it as being popular more so than what that fashion sense can add to the character, or whether or not they even personally like that fashion sense or that fashion style. So in VTubing, we saw the big waves of like cottagecore styles and techwear styles, and those kinds of things are becoming sort of cliches in character design. Just because they're cliche doesn't mean you can't do them. That's totally fine. If it is something that you are interested in, go for it. But if it's something that you're picking for a character just because it's popular, it might not serve your character or their concept as well as it could. So, the Shrewmates have created, or have at least sourced, some really good guides for fashion things. I did a stream talking about fashion for character design about a year ago, and we've been adding to this ever since. So, if you need ideas for fashion just because you don't know what exists out there, it's me. It's me. Before I really got into character design, I didn't really know anything about fashion. It helps so much. It helps so much to be specific. Yeah. Big mood, love pastel goth fashion, but didn't make sense for my design. Yeah, sometimes what you love just doesn't make sense for the design, or vice versa. Like, sometimes what makes sense for the design, just because it makes sense for the design doesn't mean that you have to use it either. If you love something, and you're making a self-insert character, you'll be happier at the end of the day sometimes if you just go for what you love over creating the most effective design you could, you know? So, we have all of these resources that the Shrewmates have put together. Me give you this link here. This is a link to the Twitter thread on fashion research sites. Can you hear me typing at 1,000,000 miles an hour? There we go. Got it. Bam. So I'm gonna switch the pinned message to this now. There we go. There we go. Got it. Okay. So that's up there now. So, for fashion, we'll get into picking specific pieces later, but especially if you pick a fashion sense that is very distinct, that can help a lot in guiding your style. So like, as I am thinking about, okay, I'm EG, I am trying to design a printmaker character. Oh, wait, I didn't pick everything for this here. Hang on. Let me do all of my picking of what I am doing for me. We have here goofy, silly, upbeat, kind, warm, knowledgeable, energetic, encouraging, talkative, content, printmaking, target audience, those kinds of things. But I am also going to add here that my species. Does it make sense for me as somebody who loves mushrooms to be a printmaker? I guess that was what my ink came from, but I could be a different mushroom under this circumstance too, maybe, but species. Mushroom. There we go. And then fashion style. Yeah, I guess my species is Caprinus comatus, more specifically, if we want to keep that one. But I could be any inky cap. I don't have to be that one specifically. Fashion style. What fashion style would I like to be for this character? Because here's the thing. I chose the fashion style that I have right now just based on it being something that I could 3D model very easily. But if we're just playing pretend and I'm not limiting myself by what that would be, I'm wondering if there is a way that we could make a teacher design. I see, yeah, punk rock would be crazy. Low-key, that's what I want my casual, if I ever have one, to look like, is a little bit more punk. Could be a reality where EG could have even been a squid. I could have. Teacher core, I guess. Maybe we could do like a Ms. Frizzle. Like that's almost, would we consider Ms. Frizzle like almost, oh, that's like almost like Decora teacher core, maybe? Trad goth EG. See, that would also be fun. I wonder if we could get like a trad goth teacher also. But yeah, picking one of those styles might be good. Oh man, let me think for a second. Is it mandatory to have a fashion style if you plan to be an inanimate object, animal, plant? In what capacity do you mean that? So if you are trying to be Mr. Apple from Reverse 1999, my beloved, none of you are Mr. Apple. Here he is. If you're trying to be Mr. Apple, like from Reverse 1999, where you are just an inanimate object, notice that he still has something of fashion going on. He's still been personified by the fact that he has some amount of clothing going on, and he is dressed in a formal manner, like we're getting a sense of time period. That works out. Can I be a chair? Just a chair? You could, but you may need to make the chair have some... You may need to personify the chair somehow. What we want to do if you're creating a character is create a character people can relate to and interface with in some capacity. So if you are just a chair, people may struggle to relate to you as a character. Or, you know, if you're designing this for some other piece of media, it could be hard to create a character that people will relate to and become attached to if there's nothing for them to latch onto. So like Mr. Apple is voiced, and as a voice people tend to really like, so that helps. But also the fact that he's wearing a dapper little tie and like part of a suit, and one of his outfits he has glasses and stuff. That helps to make him something that we can form that kind of attachment to. Fantasy is one way you could go to, considering sentient mushroom. That is true. Reality where Gary is the main streamer and EG's the mini mascot. That would be funny. What if I was the mushroom growing out of somebody's head and it's just like the thing that I'm puppeting? Have you guys seen the VTubers that are like, oh, what is his name? Noctopus? Or like, I think Nusagi has this as a concept where they are a little creature and they've just taken over the body of something else. Aisu has that too, I think, going on. There's a number of VTubers who have a concept where they have a little guy who is them. Yeah, the head possessor VTubers. So like, I could be a head possessor VTuber, maybe. But that is an angle also if you'd like to be a little creature or some kind of like inanimate object or something. That's also a potential angle to think about. Fashion style for me, I wonder if, I'm thinking about two different angles here. When we go to our mood boarding, we can sort of pare it down, but I think, is it Morike? Yeah, I think Morike might be a good fashion style for a teacher, but at the same time, I don't know if that really fits with all of my, you know, personality traits we've gathered here. It's a lot more neutral and toned down, but that might be a good balance to strike. That's sort of where I am now. So fashion style could be like Morike. Or like Ms. Frizzle. Like Ms. Frizzle, I would say, is almost like a Decora teacher core. So those could be good angles. One of these seems like it would fit with the personality better. But we can still always do like Gap Moe in some capacity with a character design, where they look one way and they act a different way. That is also acceptable. Yeah, and Morike works well for being a mushroom. So yeah, it is good to consider how the different aspects of your concept may work together. Let me just put all of these elements together so we can see them more easily. So we have occupation, printmaking, prof. That's me. I'm the printmaking professor. What other angles did I have? Hey. I appreciate you trying to give me a snack though, Rix. Understandable. Dark academia, college fashion maybe. That's also true. Put this down here too. Teacher core. Dark academia. Oh. Yeah, okay. I will not be silenced. I'll take a sip of water at least, though. When in doubt, be a food-based VTuber. The Shroom State loves them. That is a pretty decent... That is a pretty decent idea for a concept also. We're pulling from things that we love. Are all the redeems causing that toggle? No, it just seems to be the eating and drinking one. I don't know why those two did it. I don't know. Your glasses seem iconic on the head to me. For me, but if we were totally recreating a VTuber from scratch using this concept, the glasses wouldn't be a part of it, because what you can also do, like, is have inspirations too, where you're pulling from other pieces of media. So current EG in the inspiration from other pieces of media was looking at Trigun a lot, but I'm mad at Trigun right now. Oh, I'm so mad at Trigun right now. Stargaze is releasing October 10th, like the first 2 episodes, and I don't even care. I'm so mad. I'm still so frustrated with them that I'm not gonna be partaking in any of that. What other media inspires me a lot, though? We could say, like, Soul Eater inspires me a lot. That would definitely push me in a more horror direction. We could say also that for me as a person, like, Vocaloid also inspires me. That's funny, that would push me a little more digital. What did Trigun do? The studio for making Stampede and Stargaze, which is the new series, showed off some really incredibly racist concept art at Anime Expo, which was not great. And I'm mad at them. Because not only
Parent,
was that inappropriate
I love
to
you
draw...
as a parent. You do a good job
Thanks,
raising me.
Thanks! I'm glad you think so, Gary. I'm doing my best. I am doing my best. Yeah, so not only did somehow that become illustrated in the first place, but also they really thought it was okay to show that in a public event? Crazy. Yeah, I don't fault anyone for not knowing about that, and it seems like most people who are interested in Trigun have moved on, but I haven't. Call that my neurodivergent strong sense of justice, but I can't. That, like, unfortunately tarnishes it permanently for me in some capacity. What can you do? Anyways, there's a few teacher-themed Vocaloids to pull inspo from, maybe. Ooh, okay! Okay, I'm back, sorry. Kiyoteru is a teacher. Okay, we'll get there. We'll pull some more specific resources once we get to the mood boarding and creating things like that. General tips for yummy kawaii fashion, crowded with details, fashion, super hardcore punk too. Keep clarity up. Okay. My tips are, make your small details low contrast on purpose. Make them not super contrasty. Make them details that are rewarding to us when we look closer at the design, but we don't have to notice them immediately. So make them smaller, make them less contrasting, make them more similar in tone to what's around them. And especially if you are going to add a lot of them, commit! Create a lot of them! That one wasn't a food or drink toggle? No. I think it was just one of the food or drink toggle things untoggling and going away, and therefore toggling it back on. Potentially. AG doesn't want contrast. Sometimes we don't want contrast. Sometimes we want subtle patterning and things like that. Yeah. In those cases, yeah, the details aren't important to us being able to understand the design. We just need them as sort of like supportive secondary elements. So why is my speech bubble so high here? Hello? You need to come down. You're blocking other elements. Come here. There we go. I don't know why that was put there. There we go. Okay. All right, so inspiration. These are just words we're going to plug into our search queries when we are looking for the elements that we're going to use moving forward, which is why we're making these lists in the first place for any character. So printmaking professor, also artist. What were my other words? I have to go back here to check. Fashion, concept you try to make. Personality, content type, profession, interest, motifs, fashion style. So if there are any other elements that you are interested in that are not already brought up by these elements that we have here, that can be something that becomes a motif for you, or something else that that character particularly is interested in that's not already covered. So for motifs, a motif is just a repeating element that you see throughout a design. A motif can be something as simple as ruffles, or it can be something as complicated as 1960s audio recording equipment. It can really be any of that. So this is the area where we often add a layer to our concept that allows for more creativity in the way we can interpret the combinations. We can say, oh, you know, cat girl who likes strawberries. What can we do with those two things together? The strawberries could become the ears, right? Or, you know, maybe these strawberries become patterning on the dress, despite the fact that the dress is relating to her occupation as a ballerina. Like, this is just how we force a little more depth into it. And designs that don't have a motif like this can feel just a little bit empty sometimes. It's okay to not have a motif like this if you're going for something really grounded, because often super realistic clothing isn't going to have a guiding motif. But if you're somewhere in the fashion senses of like Lolita or something that's more maximalist, those often do have a motif across them, especially if you're searching into those databases. You'll find what the motif words are. Fruit is one of those common motifs. So, I see Rex saying gloop is a motif. For this EG, who might be going down this path, maybe gloop could be a more prominent motif, because right now, it's only in my cap and my earrings. So gloop, yeah, could be a more guiding motif. What other things is EG particular about in designs? What other things am I a fan of repeating in designs? Might have to think about that a little bit longer for me. It might have been easier if I just designed a character that wasn't based around me in some capacity, but I'm just running us through creating a VTuber, essentially. If we think of anything more specific, gloop, ink, we're making an alternate EG design. Yeah, just as an example, I thought it'd be funny to see what I could have been if we went down other paths in my design, if we felt other things out instead. Red hair, yeah, that's not really a motif. That's more just combinations of traits that you like, which those can also be good things to just note down when you're working on this, where it's like, traits. I like red hair. I don't have red hair, but like red/orange hair. It's really surprising that I don't have that. Red and orange hair. I do like big glasses. That does tend to be something I'm a fan of. Big shoes. Yeah, big shoes. Multicolor eyes. Maybe multicolor eyes, or like contrasting color eyes, maybe, is something that I'm particular about. Contrasting eye color. Did I spell glasses wrong? Oh, no, I didn't. You're just typing glasses funny. Snom in a cup, thank you for following. Ran here the moment I saw your live message an hour ago. Thank you for stopping by. Metal plate if you're going printmaker. Oh, for the motifs, yeah, we will definitely get something relating to the printmaking, but I don't really like intaglio that much. Metal plates are mostly intaglio, and you use them in litho. I'm a screen printer, so I might have to specify screen / relief, which is gonna be wood, screens, ink, spatulas, stuff like that, but rayers, but not other things. Stopping by, help I'm struggling to work on my character for a debut thing next week. Struggle sending my brain cells into the oven. I got you, don't worry. I'll send you, we'll have these access to these sheets that we are working on here today, so that you can reference them if you need them. Content's incredibly educational, yet I'd forgotten all about learning English. You're doing great, I promise. Welcome in though. Okay. So many pink names. Yeah, there are a lot of pink fellas in chat right now. Hi, pink. Hi, pink fellas. Is that maybe because I designed a pink character as our reference for this today, maybe? But okay, so we have sort of our guiding elements here in this section. These are going to become the things that we are tossing into a mood board. Step 2 is mood boards. Plural. Don't make one, make a couple. Don't make just one. Also, don't start by trying to make one mood board that is going to be the guiding thing for the character. If you are trying to design a character, what I suggest, especially if you are a character designer, is make a lot of mood boards centered around individual concepts. So, since I do a lot of character design and a lot of character design advisement, as much as I don't like Pinterest all the time, I have so many Pinterest boards. And I don't just grab things I like. I grab anything that might be creative.
It just be me. Nothing else. Nope, not an oppie, nope, that's it, folk. Sorry for the interrupt.
Hi, Selma! It's alright, don't worry about it. Thank you for the 50 bits, I appreciate it. Thank you, Gary, for saying hello. But, yeah, Pinterest boards! As much as Pinterest is not always the most fantastic resource, because a lot of stuff is unfortunately AI, and also a lot of stuff is on Pinterest without the permission of the original artist. For the sake of what we're doing, both of those things aren't incredibly terrible, thankfully, where that, you know, you're not stealing that piece of art that you were finding uncredited. It does suck that you can't find the original artist for it, but if you're using something as an inspiration properly, it's gonna be okay. It will be all right. And same deal with AI. AI, unfortunately, is stealing from people and reproducing it, but we can kind of steal back from it sometimes. And it doesn't matter that those things aren't actual art in some capacity if it is inspiring you. I am not saying that you should make AI art. You absolutely should not. Do not do it. It's not even AI art, it's AI images. But if you are finding something that already exists that you see as something that could be inspiring, you can take the idea from AI. You can steal it. You can have it. No, not an ad. What is your Pinterest username? If you would like to find me, I'm Squiiji3D on Pinterest. I think I can just send you, if I send you this link, you might be able to find my boards, which, if you are doing character design research, my boards may be helpful to you. Does that help? Can you click that? Is that clickable? Does that link work for you? It might not. I'll make a version we can pin if it does. Oh, Alive to Thrive! Thank you for gifting a sub to Snom. That was so kind of you. Can we rotate for Alive? What do I call you? I used to call you A2T, but then I forgot to call you that a couple times. A2T, Alive, Thrive. What part of your name? I can't rotate because my pinned thread is covering my emote picker. I'm just gonna copy and paste, steal it from you. Thank you. Thank you for changing the pin. Click on the star, give you an option to change it. Oh, there you go. See, that also works. There we go. If you'd like to rotate, you can spin my head using the free channel point redeem if you would like. You can also, if you are subbed, there are emotes for it if you would like. Alive works, A2T, Star calls me Thrive a lot. It's all good. Fair. That's why I was trying to call you Thrive, is because I think I see Star doing it. I see those Kokoba play eyes, LOL. Yeah, so let me tell you, one of my favorite words as a search term, if you are looking for fashion or eyes or hair, Kokopa play. Let me tell you, it is a treasure trove. But honestly, you can use any term from any sort of like fashion or dress up game. Also, if you were trying to find your inspirations for something. So like, as much as Infinity Nikki exists, before that there was, oh, what was it called before? What was the original version of Nikki? Love Nikki, I think? Yeah. Those ones. Any dress-up game will have amazing options for you for clothing design, for inspiration. Do not, let me just say this right now, do not one-to-one take what they already have. Do not. Never. We should be taking inspiration. We should be taking the elements of any object that we enjoy and synthesizing it with other things, making them our own. Do not one-to-one copy anything, please. But for search terms that can be incredibly helpful if you're looking for individual things, eyes. Look at this. This is my eye board. It's just eyes from Kokopa Play. But do you see how much variety there can be in the way that eyes are depicted, even in just an anime style? There it is. Yeah, don't steal, don't trace, please. I beg. Eyeballs. I've got a whole hair board that I think has one real person's hair and then is just Kokopa Play hairstyles also. Yeah, you can make crazy OCs in that game. And that is another one of my suggestions, is that especially if you are trying to design a character and you yourself can't draw, character creators like Pie Crew or Pick Crew, whatever, you can't make me say it that way. Pie Crew, or yeah, Love Nikki, Kokopa Play, anything like this can be really fantastic for you to get a sort of starting idea of what you want to do with a character while playing around with having a consistent style for the character. Oh, hang on, the other thing I should put if we're designing EG in traits is androgynous. I think that's the #1 trait that is important to me that I did not nail in EG. in the way that I am now. I'm a little bit too feminine maybe, but that's okay. It doesn't really bug me that much these days, but it used to bug me a little. But that is something important. Make sure that if you have particular ways that you would like to be conveyed, if it's a self-insert, as far as being feminine or masculine or androgynous or body type, things like that. Like for me, I'm gonna be flat-chested forever. And I like to be depicted as being very, 2x4. That's the way I would describe it, body type. Those are also very important words to make sure that you are focusing on in your character designs, because especially if we're talking about body type, there are certain fashion styles that look better on certain body types than others. There are shirts that, believe it or not, if I try and wear them, looks so incredibly Little House on the Prairie. Makes me look like a trad wife. Meanwhile, if they are put on somebody who is a little bit more voluptuous, a little more feminine, they appear to be very sexy to a viewer. So you do have to pay attention to those things. 2 wide, 4 tall, yes. You know what a 2x4 looks like. 2x4 isn't length. It's not tall. It's like I am 4 inches wide in this direction and then 2 inches wide in this direction, but I'm the same width all the way up and down. You know what I mean? I like having the thick ankles. Yeah, that's also important. Make sure you note these things down if you are trying to design a character. What is important to you in those capacities? Also, I need to do a thing. This is gonna drive me insane. I hate having separated pages. Hang on. Nope, don't print it. That's not what I wanted, actually. I hate having separated pages when I look at documents. Give me page setup, please. Page list. Yep. Give me an off-white because I don't like looking at straight white. Perfect. There we go. Now it's sectioned. Now it doesn't hurt me any longer. So, what did I just say is the final thing? Oh, art style. If you are or are not your designer, art style can be such a guiding force behind any character design. What elements are you bringing into this? Where, you know, something that I suggest to so many is, hey, I know we all love that classic anime style in VTubing, but what if you didn't do that? What if you did something a little bit more unique? Specifically, the fellas that come to mind for this, who do something a little more unique in their style and especially succeed for having done it, are like Heavenly Father, who has a much more graphic and more Western style, I would say. There's Kimrai, who has a more high fantasy style. There was Pumpkin Potion. And Biddle's Tune, who also has a like more rubber hose inspired style. Or yeah, Cabal also has a more Western style. All of those things do so much to make those characters feel so much more unique. So consider style. There are so many things that you can do with your style to set you apart. Even like one of my favorite people to suggest is Izzy, who I don't know if we've actually rated Izzy, but Izzy does really like fun, like loose, sort of patterned, I don't even know how to describe it. Let me figure if I can find a good word, but like they're very whimsical designs. They're still definitely anime inspired, but they're very colorful and whimsical. So yeah, Heavenly Cabal, the same modeler, I would imagine. They both have a very similar way of dealing with flat blacks and stuff like that. But do think about style. Rex had a hot take. More about VTuber community in general. Art style can make you stand out, but I've also seen unique art style VTubers struggle to get the numbers to be sustainable and to continue for this long. So that can be fair on some level. It has to do with execution, and it has to do with what niche you're trying to appeal to. So, I mean, once again, all of these little things here are all linked. So if I were to pick an art style to be a teacher, and I want to be an energetic, upbeat, friendly art teacher, and I pick a graphic, gory, like horror style, those things would be very at odds with each other and may alienate the people who would be interested in me for who I am as a person and for the content I make, but that design may alienate people from it. So it is important to keep that in mind, because I think that where that is coming into play as not working is when it seems to be at odds with the type of content they're making or with the type of person they convey themselves as. That's usually where I see it not working so much. And then sometimes it also just doesn't work because it hasn't been executed successfully. Like, they haven't leaned hard enough into the style. They haven't developed the style thoroughly around it as much as they can. There's a lot of things that could potentially go into it. But yeah, there is also a numbers game in VTubing, as much as we hate to admit it. Yeah, the numbers do matter. So you will still need a design that is going to be appealing enough to a viewer, and some art styles just don't have that much appeal behind them. But a lot of the stuff I'm suggesting is stuff that is still anime adjacent. It's just the way they're executing it adds a little bit more uniqueness to it. Yeah, Fairy Sammy has a fantastic example of that with the Rococo style model and Sammy has like 10 different models, I feel like, that are all in different styles. And all of them are still appealing to a VTuber fan because they all still are sort of cute, sort of like light and bright in their aesthetic. They all still have big, old, relatable eyes and stuff like that. Yeah. So there's a way to make it work, but it can be kind of tough to balance potentially. Hang on. Hard for more non-stylized anime artists. Hang on, what? Where was that? Hard for more stylized non-anime artists to understand what a VTuber art needs, I think, from an outsider perspective. That could be true if you are commissioning another artist, but theoretically, there are a lot of artists, if you're commissioning someone, who are really good style mimics. That's sort of like me as an artist, that is my claim to fame, is that I can mimic any art style if given the opportunity to do so and the need to do so. And there are a lot of artists like me. They're the ones especially who are making the like style mimic to 3D models or things like that, where they're just good at referencing things and recreating things that are similar to them. That is the kind of person that I think might be the most inclined to make a successful VTuber design using an art style of someone else, potentially. It's not easy to do, but it just takes a lot of observational skills. It's not black magic, let me tell you. It's just observational skills. That's how I succeed with it. Hi, Lamantas, how are you? What if you're struggling to learn how to price your art, even started getting art commissions and stuff? That's an entirely different video or stream for me. That's a very different topic here, a little bit, but I do have some insight on that as well, because that is some of the work that I do extensively. Thank you for spinning me, Al, I appreciate it. I think that stems from thinking VTubing is just having the anime character. It's content creation, so I don't think the style matters that much as long as you plan it well. I mean, you should have an appealing character, because at the end of the day, there are people who succeed as face cam-less streamers. Your personality is still in some capacity what is the most important, and I'd be willing to say that the reason why people who have more unique styles aren't succeeding isn't necessarily because they have the more unique style. Those might just be things that are coincidentally both happening. It may be more because they aren't marketing themselves well enough, which is honestly so much of what success is in VTubing. Marketing, creating evergreen content, doing all of those things. Those are, in some level, more important in some capacity. Yeah. Kinda wish better at inky, sketchy styles. Very same as make your own model, referencing Makoto Takahashi style. Yeah! So, art style. Think about art style. I saw somebody say that for this EG, we should do rubber hose style. Oh god. That might be, is that because we're thinking about, Epic Mickey? Because that's a rubber hose ink game that's kind of scary. I feel like for how colorful this design might want to be, rubber hose might be sort of in opposition, but I'm wondering if there could be a more like a looser art style that could be beneficial here in this, for this sort of alignment of concepts, or if I just put the words looser. There we go. So what are we, an hour and a half into stream, and well, actually more than that. No, yeah, an hour and a half. We're an hour and a half into stream. So, an hour and a half into stream, we have all of the keywords that you would probably need to design a character around here. I should probably put personality in my little list here too. Energetic, kind, upbeat. Whoop, wow. How else did you guys describe me? Honestly, my heart is so warmed that you guys describe me with all these really kind words. Thank you. I'm warm and upbeat and knowledgeable and goofy and silly. There we go. Okay, so all of this is all the important stuff that we need to take forward with us into developing those mood boards we talked about. So I kind of have mood boards for some of these elements already, but do you know what I don't have mood boards for that are probably going to be concrete enough? I don't think I have a Morike or a Decora style mood board, and I don't think I have anything that's printmaking related as a mood board. So we can work on those together. So let's do this real quick. Let's see. Pinterest, come here. Let's make a new board to guide us here. And I'm not just grabbing stuff that I think would make sense for me. I'm grabbing stuff that could make sense for anyone who's using this concept. That way we can pare down afterwards. So this is going to be my printmaker board. This board will likely not be relevant to anyone other than me. Oh man, hang on. What if this design, we could make this design in a like lino cut style. That'd be interesting. With like limited color palette? Hang on, I'm gonna save this in here already. That might be something guiding for that too. So looser. Maybe woodcut style? Did any of you guys see that really cool, fantastic, like loose ink customizable model that came out a little while ago? That one? It's so cool. I wish I could use it. I wish it had my hairstyle. I love it. It's so cool. I don't know how to search for it. I want to find it so I can send it to you. Hang on. Ink. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah. Customizable ink Vtuber model. From I am Kyoki. I'll send it in the chat here. Oh wait, here, I can just pull this down here so you guys can see. What? Look at my browser windows. Look at this model. Look how neat this is. The hairstyles, unfortunately, don't have anything that is like what I do. But isn't this so cool? This is exactly what I'm talking about when I'm saying, look, this is still clearly an anime model. Oh, it's playing music. Whoop. Still clearly an anime-styled model in some capacity, but look at the art style. It's looser, it's inkier. It's supporting an entirely different read for a character. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So here, I'll send this person in the chat so that way if you guys are interested, you can have access to it. Let's see, do they have a Twitch? I could shout them out. All the people I've been mentioning, half my mind is like, man, I should just be shouting them out in the chat. Didn't hear any music but our BGM. Oh wait, you're right. I don't have an audio source with the internet hooked up. Heard the argument of prepaid models that can be customized are not allowed to be told they're your own, and I'm not sure how to feel about it because I really want a model of my own, but I want like my own kind of thing. Hard to explain. I mean, I'm not really sure what your question is. You can use one of these prepaid models as a basis for a design. You don't own that design, that's true, but you can use this as a basis to expand on top of later as a sort of like starting point. But yeah, technically you don't own that exact interpretation of the design. If you were to draw yourself, if you own the model and you were to redraw this design with some modifications, then I feel like you'd be legally okay. This is not legal advice. I'm sure there's a way of doing it, but yeah, there can definitely be some things going on with that. Yeah, this is very reminiscent of an ink wash drawing, but that's what I was saying about style here for this one. Let me close that. Goodbye, Dave Bull. We don't need you anymore. Looser, maybe woodcut style. Okay. Pinterest boards. So, keywords that tend to be helpful. Oh, this is funny. Things are recent searches for me on here, recently viewed. For a printmaker. Let's see if I can do just printmaker as a term. Search everything. To see if I get a person, because trying to see what the general populace assumes a printmaker looks like is going to be relatively interesting, because this is the trouble I had with a teacher. Some occupations have so much overlap in terms of how they dress or how they look with other occupations that trying to make it distinct can be tough. Oh, wait, see, like, this is an interesting idea. This is clothing that has been printed onto, so that could be an interesting idea for making a printmaker character for sure. Having print-made textile design could be interesting. Repeating patterns that are sort of subtle could be good. Let's see. Oh yeah, like a whole person who was designed like a print. I like that I searched printmaker, but the person is never in the image here. What does a printmaker look like? Anything career fields that go into an office building? Yeah, today I was talking with somebody about a design where if you are wearing like formal wear, you could be an office worker, you could be a mob boss, you could be a biker, you could be anyone who has a professional professional profession in any capacity. Anything white collar is going to dress kind of similarly, which is difficult. So a person more on top with no sleeves. Oh wait, here I can scroll back for them just to see, because on one hand we do also have to pull references as to what the general population might associate with that. Oh, look, here's a mushroom for printmaker. What the general population might associate with that type of design. So like, yeah, it seems like aprons are really common here. So we could just search for like aprons as a fashion element to add in here. If printmaker is not fruitful for me right now. Let's see. Really nothing. We'll grab some brayers just so I can see what the shapes of them are in case that becomes a motif. Here's some more tools we could grab just to have on hand. Let's see, anything else? Linoleum comes in a bunch of colors, so that could be interesting if that is related. Wow, really not a lot of people in here. Oh, striped shirt. Don't let me have stripes. It'll happen though. Yeah, aprons to avoid the paint. I mean, I'm a printmaker. I know what I dress like, but I don't know if that's what people associate printmakers with looking like. The way I dressed as a printmaker is the way EG is dressed right now, which doesn't help. Art apron, more boxy, no frills. Yeah, no baking motifs. Yes. Usually a little bit of splatter on it. If I was making something really specific to me, I tend to wipe my hands right around like the thigh level, so having all of the ink splatter at that area would probably be good. Oh, a really graphic style might be good. Like, this is really striking. So is this one. I'm saving these more for like style reasons. Let's see. Ah, collared shirt under a sweater, which is kind of what I wear already, but that is sort of how my professors dressed kind of often. My beloved professor from grad school. There was a not safe for work wood carving. Whoops. That's okay. We'll keep scrolling. Whoopsie. But my professor from grad school dressed like a cross-country skier. So unfortunately, there's not a lot of consistency in what somebody who's a printmaker dresses like. Like, that's a long sleeve shirt and pants. So I might just need to be an art student in some capacity with a apron. My secondary guiding style might have to come from somewhere else, though. Here, we'll scroll us all the way back up. So this is for printmaker. Let's come back. Let's see. What particular items do printmakers use? All disc in the channel? Huh? What? What do you mean? Can't imagine what that might be unless it's carving with blade towards fingies? Nah, well, let me tell you, Mokuhanga has a lot of inappropriate prints. Woodblocks, also, there's a lot of naked figures in them. Not uncommonly. Huh? Hi, I am not neither Mrs. nor woman. I'm EG, I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also non-binary. Nice to meet you. Aprons, overalls. Yeah, I do have that already, but yeah, let's look at some aprons. And I'm gonna pull real aprons. Like, this is too frilly for a printmaker. But like, this might be something where like that's got a lot of texture and pattern on it. This could be something also with the shaping of it. Printmaker. E.g. shroom, no gender here. Yeah, nope, you won't find a gender. Ah, like this is an apron that's sort of blocked where it's got a pattern on the top and pattern on pockets. That could be good. This is a more practical one with a lot of pockets, but maybe that pocket layout might be nice for us to have. But you see how I'm kind of grabbing a lot. I'm not just grabbing things that I think make sense. Oh, that's a full dress. That has some patterning along the bottom edge, which might be nice. Ooh, this is becoming like a piece of clothing, but that's more blacksmithy, but it could still work. We're going for variety right now, as opposed to accuracy. We're just grabbing a lot of things that could potentially help us in this department. Like, this is a really boxy apron with the way that it closes in the back. One of my professors had one like that. Yeah, okay. That seems good for aprons for me for now. Ooh, a color-blocked apron? Ooh, okay, I see. Lots of options. We're pulling resources right now. But we're also doing while we pull these resources. The reason why we're just grabbing so many things is because we're expanding our sort of visual inventory. We're expanding all the options we can pull from, not just for this design, but for others. Now that I've seen a color-blocked apron like this, oh, you can't even see it, it's off the edge of the screen. Whoops! Let's pull a different one. Now that I've seen aprons that are shaped like, maybe like this, where they have patterning in the top, and then they have like patterning on pockets, and then a solid color for the base. If I see another character who is wearing something apron inspired, whether it be somebody who is maybe being a maid or someone else that wears aprons, now I'm aware that this is something that we could do in a design. which helps. The more different angles we are aware of as existing for interpretations and character design, the better. The stronger your visual inventory is, the more little things you can pull from in your head or pull from somewhere that you have as a source, the better. So much of being a character designer is just being aware of what exists and finding new and interesting ways to combine them. Yeah, multiple references is always the way to go. Garden apron? I'm sure it is, but I can interpret a garden apron into an EG apron. Easy, I'm sure we can do it, and that's usually what you want to do anyway. You can't just be limited by what an apron is intended for. We can take some of the ideas from it and then bring them into whatever we're creating with them. Like, this is a boxy apron. That back design is interesting. Yoink! For a printmaker. Sometimes the other thing I will do is type whatever the word is, character, in as well, to see how other people have interpreted something of that sort. I fear printmaker character isn't really a thing. I fear this is just a little bit too niche, maybe. Many professions use aprons anyway. That's true. Sam had a question further up. Let me see. Sam. Oops, hang on. My phone is doing low battery. Hang on, go there. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm bound to miss things. Oh, there we go. Tend to draw from reference aphantasia. Aphantasia! Hi! How can I end up not copying from my reference? I never feel like showing my artwork, because it always ends up just being a mix match of other drawings from other artists. Open question for chat as well. Here, I'll show you my reference for this whole video, just so that it's easier to talk about it. Let me find it. Digital art, this one. So this is a character I designed for a different video I'm working on in the background. I have aphantasia. But I was able to find through my Pinterest boards individual elements of the clothing that by just making modifications, drawing from other things, I was able to make them feel unique. They're not the same color as they originally were. I developed a motif for them that's different. So like here, if I show you my references for this character, in here in Pinterest, that was what, like if we look in here, I saw knee-high Converse, and I was like, bet, I can do knee-high Converse, and I can reference the fact that, you know, they've got this funny little, like, toe area where this line doesn't wrap all the way around. I can see how the laces work when they climb up the leg. I can see that the tongue is higher on the shin. But I'm also interpreting into my own style, which helps too. So this is something that helps a lot. Also, if we look at the hair that I chose, hang on, let me go back to my profile. My hair, the hair is actually pretty similar. It's quite close to this one. The ears, I changed the way that they're positioned. I restylized the hair by simplifying it, and I turned this into a ponytail. But by having the general idea of big chunk of bang in the front, another smaller chunk off to the side, the hair is really short and fluffy around here, by looking at this, I could take it and do something sort of adjacent to it. I changed the overall shape. I made it wider to fit the head being wider. I made it rounder to fit the fact that this character is supposed to be a cat who's a little bit more friendly, not as sharp and maybe edgy as that wolf was. But that's sort of what it's about. These jean shorts were initially bright jean material. This stuff under here was much more directly lace. But because I changed the color palette, because I changed some of the shapes, because I changed the layering, they all end up being unique, and none of these things are inherently something that I am stealing from that resource, from that original reference. I've synthesized things together. I changed this top to have little crosses as what's holding the sleeves up. I saw a crossbody bag and changed it to a little ghost cat motif because this is a ghost cat. All of it is just essentially taking a variety of things and pulling them together at the same time. For me, because I have aphantasia, I have to have all of these references open at the same time to do it. So I can't just have like one thing that I'm looking at. I have, you know, my drawing monitor down here, but then I'll have my second monitor. I'll have all of my Pinterest little things that I've grabbed, my shoes, my socks, my shirt, my shorts, my hairstyle, my style reference, any of that all in one big collage up on my top monitor, so I can reference all of it all at once, and then I can sort of see those angles through. I hope that helps. I hope that answers your question. But yeah, we're synthesizing things together, and we're sort of developing them into our own style, where we change how long something is, how short something is, the proportioning, the edge shape. Like, I made these ruffles rounded. You could make them really sharp and angular, and then suddenly it's not the same garment anymore. There's a lot of things you can do to make it very distinct. And that is the intent. We need things to be at least a little bit more distinct, right? So I'll go with having a style, because I always copy a style that I used the most at the time. let me tell you also, as somebody who has aphantasia and also who is a style mimic primarily, it took me a long time to develop something that I considered a personal style, and I'm still working on it. But let me tell you, having a style is kind of overrated, and I am certain that just innately by the decision making that you do, you have a style. It's very hard for us to see our own styles, and when people think that they don't have a style, it's often just that they are unsatisfied with what they have. I do have a whole video on art styles from also like a year ago that might be good to reference, but generally, a style is just the way you make decisions about rendering, about how you do line art, if you do line art, all of those things. What is aphantasia? Aphantasia is the sort of lack of a mental picture in your head. So like, I can't make mental images. Like, not really. Not in any way that's beneficial to being an artist. Anyways, I have a gray blob if I close my eyes that I'm like, that's EG, but it's more like my brain is pointing an arrow proverbially at that gray blob and is like, that's EG. There's nothing that actually looks like EG materializing inside my mind. And a lot of artists have this, so it's not a death sentence as an artist. You have aphantasia, don't worry. Yeah, it's like accents. Everyone you know, or everyone knows you have one, but you, yeah, art styles are exactly like that. Yes, I agree. So here, let me focus us back up here into grabbing the stuff we were going to grab for making the EG. What was I looking for? Oh, printmaker character did not deliver us much in the way of results, unfortunately. So I may end up pulling stuff from the fact that I have a board for artist also. There we go. So here's my board for artist, where I have elements like, oh, RGB sliding through the hair. A lot of this stuff might be more digitally inclined. But yeah, once again, like sort of like patchwork stuff for clothing, multiple colors in hair, big chunky aprons. This I thought was very sweet. The collar that is the pencil shavings and the pencils for the dress, very cute. Very, very cute. Amber, are you pointing at the blob in my head? Thanks. Never heard of aphantasia? How do you visualize ideas? Words. I just have inner monologue. It's just wording and looking at things with my eyeballs. That's really most of what it is. Which is so interesting, yeah. Having a second monitor is really helpful as somebody who has aphantasia. Like drawing a bunch of different styles, no matter what style I draw, and the people closest to me can always tell when something is my art. Exactly! Even when you are referencing other styles, you will always add the way that you make decisions when drawing to the equation, I promise. Oh, like, these are really cute for ways we can do color blocking and outfits. Like, these people read as art students very clearly and obviously, so this might be a good angle to bring in with like the cuts of the clothing, the cardigan. It feels very light and bright and friendly. I fear this may not be a real human drawing the longer I look at this, because some of these little patterns are kind of non-specific and don't make sense to me. But I don't want to be the one making that assertion because I don't know. Oh god, I hate living in this day and age. Oh no! When I look at the stuff on the sidebar, I almost feel like definitely this isn't a real artist drawing. But it is at least something that's inspiring me. Ah! Hate Pinterest. Avoid Pinterest for that reason. Here's the thing though. As much as we hate that it is showing up, I can still take whatever this stupid AI is doing and do it better. I can steal from the AI. And unfortunately as it is, this AI is taking this idea from a real person as well. Unfortunately. And as much as I don't know what the original source is, you know, there are some questionable ethics here, but we can still take things back from the AI and do things better than what they do. So like, I could still save this and say, all right, the way that this like skirt is higher on the body and those shoes, wearing sneakers and stuff, and the hat and the scarf, that's art student-y. I'm pretty sure this is AI. But like, it's just a combination of ideas that I can take. Yeah, we're going to visualize things. We're just going to have options. It's not necessarily even take it back. I don't know about that. I'm not a fan of just straight redrawing stuff from AI, but we can still take some inspiration from it in some capacity. Oh, this is an interesting guide. I've seen that one before. Let's see, was there anything else maybe artist-esque here that would make sense? Oh, wait, hang on. Patterned pants might be an interesting thing. I'm gonna grab that just because that might be good to keep in mind. Oh, here's another one that makes it really clear that that is what it was. RIP. Oh, Wonder, thank you for following. Retake the ideas, you feel me? Yeah. We're reclaiming them for humans is what we're doing. That's my intent. Oh, this is so cute. This might actually be really good for what we're doing. An outfit like this where it's still a little bit feminine, but it's still masculine enough and you feel like a teacher in some capacity. Oh, that could be so cute. Okay. Good. We've grabbed a bunch of things, which is what we're supposed to be doing. So there we go. Artist board. We'll use the artist board for some things for a part of this design. See, I've got like real outfits and stuff. This was almost a summer outfit for me. Let's see. What else would I need to grab for this concept? Gloop and ink. Ooh. Let's see. Create a board for that separately, because I don't think it would fit in with anything else. Gloop / inky as sort of a motif. I do have a slime board already. Nope, none of that relates. Nice try, though. I do have a slime character board, which might be relevant for that. People watching also helps with designing. That's true. Having multiple points of input from other real people, I will say, always helps. Having fresh eyes, if you need fresh eyes, the shroommates are very good for that. If you don't have other people who are art inclined, I will say that it's not always a good idea to ask people who are not involved in the art for their feedback on character designs. My parents, God love them, they are very literate people. They look at me and don't have any idea what's going on. And I would say that I am a very easy read. So like people who are not artists do indeed still have eyes, yes. But sometimes they don't give the best feedback with art. Project their own preferences, yeah. Like they may not know how to be objective about their critiques or how to provide things that are helpful sometimes. But like, I would say that all of the shroommates are probably pretty art literate at this point. So they were probably all okay people to ask for feedback in some capacity. I would say that is a-okay. Walking away for 5 to 10 minutes or 15, refresh your eyes can help. That's true. I often shelve things overnight or like for days or weeks sometimes. Yeah. Can I confirm or deny that I have eyes? Okay, I guess keep your secrets then, huh? But for our gloopy stuff, I've got some slime characters that may help with that. I fear that's also AI, unfortunately. But slimy stuff going on for hair, slimy stuff going on for skin and rendering, really bulbous shapes, drippy things from skirts and cloaks, okay, ideas. Let me see if I can find anything else. Ink. Inky. Oh, that's a very inky design. Can I save that somewhere? Oh, I already have that saved somewhere. RIP. Wait, where do I have that saved? That's in my witch folder? Interesting. And then I just have mushrooms, which, beading pattern might be good. I should go into my mushroom folder also. Struggling with my character design in terms of androgyny. Any tips? What is androgyny to you is my question. To your question. Because androgyny varies extensively person to person, where androgyny for me is having a body type that cannot be discerned as to being feminine or masculine. But androgyny to other people can be, you know, a not having any gendered items, like things that people tend to associate with gender. Or it could be having a mixture of elements that people tend to associate with one gender or another gender. So that is already something to consider. Yeah, everyone has their own form of it. And if you're designing a character, usually the way like studio executives try and design androgynous characters is they will take a character who they themselves is very feminine and dress them in masculine clothing, or they will take a character that is masculine in their like features and dress them in very feminine clothing. That tends to be the way that like studios do androgyny. I would say I don't know if that's always the best way of doing it, but some people relate to that, so you can absolutely do that yourself. Yeah, this is peak non-binary discussion. My advisement is you need to figure out what that means to you, because I can't give you a one-size-fits-all solution, unfortunately. There's many options as to how we could convey that. Grab the all pins, very fair. Gender fluid, lead more sleek, classy with feminine touches. So I think you have your answer there already, which is that maybe you have formal wear that is sleek and classy, but maybe you're not wearing a dress. Maybe you're wearing something that has pants, but you have some feminine touches in it with like jewelry or stuff like that, or things that are more associated with feminine interpretations of outfits, where like maybe instead of having a tie, you're wearing a brooch, something like that. But yeah, there's a lot of different options perhaps as to how you could convey that if you wanted to. Let's see. Here's my inky stuff. Oh, see, inky doesn't just have to be gloopy. We could do gloopy inky. Can be almost like dripping ink patterns. Let's see. That's another inky cat mushroom. Oh, tattoos, I wonder if might be something that would relate to this style also in an interesting way. These are like splatters. Let's see, is there anything else in here? I'm not seeing a lot that's really grabbing my eye as making sense for what we're aiming for. This texture is kind of interesting though. But I don't really know where I'd stick this right now. I don't think it makes sense with any of my boards that I have at the moment. Maybe it's like a style thing. Inky. This is just me. That is just I. Do wonder why a lot of times androgynous designs go for outfits that socially be recognized as masculine, coming from someone who's also non-binary. I wish I had a good answer to that question. I would say that, to me, I know that a lot of... like, a lot of punk clothing and a lot of goth clothing, by being counterculture, is alluring to people who are more androgynous because it's counterculture. It's going against the norms. But yeah, it might be what Manzana is saying in that people see masculinity as sort of like the default gender, maybe? Which is tough. But yeah, masculine attire, yeah, is often pared down. It's sort of plain. You can add a lot more to it and variety. Yeah, this is getting into gender studies discussions. I don't think I have the credentials for that. Not right now, at least. I only know about how gender works as far as it works for me. I have theories about things with it in character design sometimes, but not that that's essentially backed by anything in particular. Ah, stained fingertips might be good. I should save that. Let's see, was there anything else? Not a lot of this is jumping out at me for being helpful and being inky. If I search the word gloop, what'll that bring up? Whoa! Gummy bears have an interesting texture that might be interesting for something gloopy or inky. I'm getting glorp also, which isn't maybe especially helpful. What makes the glorp character be something we think of as being glorpy? Is it that lime color? I wonder if this lime color is important. I'll save that just in case. That might relate, maybe. Ooh, this like beaded texture, that's kind of gross, but maybe that would help us in some capacity. Oh, gobbling roar VT. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Very kind. 3 months. Wow, thank you. Can we rotate for Goblin Girl? Oh, it's Goblin Girl. That's a really good way of spelling your name. That's so funny. Woo, rotate, showmates. Huh, kind of a shame because stylistically mixing the masc and femme is so striking, like those wedding tuxes with long coattails and veils. No, but like, I love that kind of stuff. It all depends on what you enjoy. Whoa. As a person who is androgynous, it all depends on what you particularly enjoy. Just because it's the way that more people are known to handle androgyny in media doesn't mean you can't do it that way. It's totally fine. You're more than welcome to handle it that way, potentially. Reason masculine clothing gets viewed more androgynous goes back to creative fields. Oh, and I wonder if it's also because when, like, a lot of women were entering the workforce, they dressed a little bit more masculinely, and then were therefore considered to be less feminine as a result. So that could also be related. I don't know. Name is serving? It is! Just call me Goblin or Gigi. Bet! Thank you! Love collecting references. Feeding that inspiration is so fun. I know, I could literally spend the entire rest of this stream just grabbing stuff from here. Just searching through Pinterest for stuff that I think is cute and potentially interesting for design. Oh, I might grab this because this is a good guide for drawing some gloopy stuff. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, that's a hand gesture for sure. Oh, what was this guy's name? You guys can't see him, but he's the jellyfish from Splatoon. He's here as something gloopy. A Crony is here for some reason with gloop. Is Crony especially gloopy? I don't think Crony's especially gloopy. I can't remember. Honestly, these words aren't super helpful. What about slime? Oh, I fear searching the word slime character will be too inappropriate for us. Amber, why are you saying yo? Very gloopy joking. Why are you saying yo? Was there something we shouldn't have seen on screen? Considered Venom as a reference? That's true. Oh, Necroni. Yeah. Familiar fella who has been here before. Crony was here on stream with us like a year ago. Jalonzo? Yeah, Jalonzo was there. Okay, gloop. Might be good to just save how things that are sort of thicker with that like big, heavy, sagging shape feels. Oh, some little creatures maybe might be good for gloop and inky stuff. Whoa. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. A lot of slime characters tend to be somewhat inappropriate. Whoa, that's kind of radical. I'm gonna save that for something else, but not for me. That's kind of gross for what we're looking for, but does kind of work a little bit. Oh, Jubby has arrived home. I hear Jubby coming through the door. Let's see. Not a lot of stuff that I feel might be particularly useful for designing a character that's based around slime. That texture, maybe. But I'm unsure. Yeah, maybe I'll grab one of these that is that texture for slime. There we go. Got it. Look delicious. What? I see? Huh? What's delicious? Don't eat the slime. It's not edible, I promise. This is a problem I already have trouble with, unfortunately. Love Crony? Yeah, Crony is such a sick design. I'm gonna go for my androgynous, but I always like the femme side too, so it kind of sucks. I know. I struggle designing myself in a way that I'm happy with. I am very good at designing very feminine designs. That's sort of my skill area. Trying to design something androgynous is not always where my skills lay, unfortunately, just as me, the EG. Or I can do it for somebody else, but I tend to not be content with it for myself, unfortunately. Let's see, okay. I may have enough things sort of pulled right now. Let's see, what other angles of this concept do we not look into? Printmaking, mushroom. I have a whole board for mushrooms that we can look at if I come to here. It's my mushroom board. Surprisingly, there's not a lot in my mushroom board because I made it before my Pinterest got wiped for some reason, but like, yeah, jewels hanging from big ol' hats.
Why can I not eat the slime parandal shroom? It looks so delicious.
Ew, it's not good for your health, Gary. It's got like borax and stuff in it. I don't think borax is good for ingesting. Also, whatever those activators are they use for it, chemicals. Not safe for consumption, unfortunately. But, I mean, good thought. Tasty borax. Don't eat borax, please. I beg of you, don't eat borax. Can I send mushroom characters from a game in live suggestions? Absolutely you can. We're just trying to just generally talk about finding resources for character design. But if you look through this board, do you see? I have a mix of other character designs. I think this is in the wrong folder. Other outfit designs. I have, yeah, characters. I have real clothing. I don't actually have any anime characters in here, but I know that there's a couple of characters that are mushroom-based from a couple of games that can also work. Borax is good for forge welding iron. Okay, but not for eating. Darium, you can use that borax for forge welding your iron, but we're not putting it in our mouths, especially Gary's not either. Gary shouldn't eat anything that you're using for forge welding iron, probably. If I had to make an educated guess as somebody who has never forge welded iron, but has casted bronze. Don't eat anything, please. God, I beg. I found a recipe for a patina for bronze that included asbestos in the recipe, which is not great. Yeah, wax does also look edible. Okay, so have your multiple mood boards for each sort of individual element of your concept that you're aiming for. So we have mood boards for things that are gloopy or inky. We have mood boards for mushrooms. We have mood boards for the printmaking angle. Oh, I didn't look up for Mori K. Pinterest sucks, let me tell you first off. You have to actually know what the style is you're looking at in order to use Pinterest to find particular, like, fashion styles. So if I make a board for, like, Mori K, and if I search the words Mori K in Pinterest, it may or may not actually give me that. So you do need to be familiar with whatever you're looking for. What? Hang on, nope, don't convert me to a business, please. I am not a business, I am just an EG. Give me all the pins. I'm gonna make a character and have some of my mom's astrophotography photos involved. Whoa! See, that's a really interesting angle to make it specific to you. I agree. Are they putting fruit scents in the slime if we aren't gonna consume? Probably because if it smelled like borax and like slime, you wouldn't enjoy it. Let's see. Some of these are kind of like actually the way Mori looks, I would say. I don't know where Riraku... I don't actually know... Wait, I was gonna say I don't know where Riraku is, but that's an assumption. I don't know if Riraku knows especially much about Mori K. I'm gonna not worry about accuracy to this genre right this second, but some of these things seem like they may help us. Let's see. I'll save them to a folder. It seems like it is a lot of layering happening, where we have big, long, wide shapes. The silhouette seems to be very long and sort of squared off. No A-line dress. This seems to be a little guide for it. Let's grab that for creating chords that relate to it. Ruku knows everything. I know, I tend to assume that. Maybe to my own deficit, I tend to assume Ruku knows everything. Maybe we're not wrong about that. Ruku might know everything for all I know. But, say funky, huh? The worst part of researching anything, not knowing what the thing is called. That's also true. And also, you don't know what you don't know. So if I am trying to figure out what a certain fashion sense is, if I Google that fashion sense, that might not actually be what it is. It's like the difference between trad goth and sort of like the modern, like, new trad goth. Trad goth is very different than modern trad goth. But if you search up trad goth, you get the modern angle of it, which is much more like E-inspired, as in E as in like internet or e-girl. Also more inspired by like a little bit more ornate elements sometimes. So it can be really hard to know if you've accurately nailed something like that down, which is why it's always good to have a multiple set of eyes on something if you are designing a character. Estrogen inspired, joking. Yeah, I love my goths estrogen inspired. Just spent an hour trying to figure out what kind of hanfu I was looking for, and now I can go to Pinterest and start actually looking at stuff. It is hard, and I will say it is very worthwhile if you are a character designer to learn the words of different parts of clothing. It's something that I still struggle with to this day, as many people observe. I have lists that I keep as to what specific words mean. I finally committed epaulette to my memory, but there's a lot of words that we see often in character design describing different parts of clothing, and it's just good to have a broad understanding of many of those things. Good job. Thank you. Are you proud of me, shroommates? I finally remember. Have multiple boards, one for each motif or theme? Yes, that's what I'm saying. One board for each motif or theme or fashion style to get you started. That way you're not thinking so narrowly. You're not thinking about just what will benefit you or what you like immediately. Grab a variety of things that seem visually interesting, even if you wouldn't know how to work with them. So I'm going to keep looking at some of these Mori K things. Oh, here's another patchwork thing that might be nice. And we're thinking about the aprons. Let's see. This layering is sort of interesting and asymmetrical, so I'll grab this. We may or may not use any of these when we actually start designing, but it's just to get us thinking. Oh, frills on the side of pants. Oh, also like a vest. That might be sort of professional feeling. Yeah. But just so that you're not limiting yourself right out the gate. We can limit ourselves later. We can make smaller mood boards later. Pinterest has a function that usually works, but is not working for me today, that I don't know how to make work properly right now, which is what we will use to pull some of those elements together later, which is collages. I can't get the collages to work today, and for some reason the rest of my collages aren't here, and I don't know why. So like, I tried to make a collage for my cat girl, and it didn't work. Hang on, so if I just make a collage, we could pretend like we're pulling things. Oh no. Pinterest! Are you not working right now? Come back. There we go. Can I please make a collage? Thanks. Okay, so what you can do is you can pull stuff from your boards in the collages where if I was saying, okay, we're trying to create one sort of outfit design here. I think that for a teacher, this one on the far side is sort of teacherly. Hang on. And sometimes it'll try and like do cutout things, but we can just select all of it. If it puts the cutout over here, you can drag them to reorder, but it's supposed to just paste it in here so I can move it. And it's not doing that right now for some unknown reason. But we can just manually collage things as well. The function never works for me, just chuck everything in clip. It often works for me, but not right now. So, yeah, grab all of the things from one that you think might go into one design then, after you've created all of your boards, and then you can create individual little collages for each potential angle for a character. And don't just make one, again, as I said before. First idea, not necessarily always best idea, unfortunately. You should iterate on designs. I should show you my EG design iterations. I can show you that as an example. EG was not designed overnight. EG was designed over many days and had several different potential options. And you'll see, Oh, this is actually my original one too. So this isn't even where I ended up now. I wonder where I did my redesign for this outfit. Oh, wait, hang on. I actually know where that is too. So if you see on my sidebar here, do you see how many options I have? I originally was an Android screen printer, which is why I had a techwear aesthetic going on. But then as I started becoming more mushroomy, I started trying other things, overlapping other elements. I had no idea how to design a VTuber when I was doing this. That's okay. If I open up Squiiji 2.0, that's gonna be even weirder because it's gonna be the EG that never existed jump scare. The EG that I made a full model for and then hated because I didn't like the art style. So do make sure that you figure out whether or not you like your design before you start doing crazy stuff with it. Let's see. Oh, which one of these is it? Squiiji life size? It's probably in here somewhere. A lot of Clip Studio Paint art? I have a lot, yeah. Don't worry, you're allowed to look at anything in my computer. There's nothing that you guys can't look at. Aha, yeah, version 2. This is the initial EG design for this outfit. Isn't this so weird? Look how tall I was gonna be. Look how many more necklaces I was gonna have. I was gonna have, instead of like actual gloop, I was gonna have chains hanging from my hair. First idea, not always best idea, but that's why I want a more punk idea for a design at some part. Yeah, semi-realism EG. Yeah, it's very, very strange. But that wasn't the only idea. We had, what is this one? Version 1, maybe? Oh, here's a completely different thing that I was thinking about at one point in time. That's not very professorly. I don't know why I was doing that. Frankly don't remember what the intent was there. I have other ideas here just in these folders that we didn't get very far with. Got overalls. I had a casual or like goth inspired outfit. Oh wait, yeah, if I turn on the background, you can see where some of these thoughts were. Yeah, like a more casual, slightly more goth inspired outfit. This was too symmetrical, I think, which is why I didn't go for it. Also didn't feel like a teacher despite being how I dressed to teach in some capacity. This isn't really even like goth, this is mall goth. Let's see. Oh my god, there's so many folders. Let's see. That was casual / goth. Here's plaid. Oh, I thought I'd have a plaid cropped shirt at one point in time with a collar thing. I had glasses, chains. This is why it's worthwhile to try out many things before settling. I had weird... What are these? Chains wrapping around my legs? The whole point when you're doing character design is it doesn't have to be good. You just gotta experiment, because you never know what you might enjoy. Here was me trying to redo my original outfit, which I hated immediately because I didn't want my tummy to be out. Layered shirt, belts. Oh, that's the other one I did something else with. What is this? Oh, a lot of different things in here. Socks, there's my shoes, my trousers on a different layer. I had a corset at some point, I guess. Look at that. Where are we going with this one? No idea. Giving Vash. Oh, it might have been. I might have gone too Vash-y. Layered shirt, cropped plaid shirt, outfit 2. I don't know what this is. This is Terra Kingdom Hearts. Funny how much of these look like glam rock fits. I love glam rock as this aesthetic style, which might be why that happened. But this is why it's worthwhile to experiment. My first idea, if we scroll all the way back in here, is probably nowhere near what I went with. Also, wait, there's multiple hairs here too. There's one hair. Here's another hair with glasses on it. I think that's my final hair. Oh, what is outfit 1? Oh, look at this. This is like high fashion EG. I think I was going for like more of like a gallery director style. I've colored ends of my hands. This is so wild. But do we see the point? The point is that at no point in time was I like, all right, here is the design. I played around. I had fun with it. The number one way to find out what works is to try everything. Try so many things. Play around. Do not commit to things too early into the process. Do not commit. Iterate on your designs, as Alive to Thrive is saying, and as I say very often. Iterate on your designs. Which is how we ended up with me looking the way I look now. Am I the strongest character design out there? No. Not really under any circumstance am I the strongest character design out there. But it is very worthwhile to, you know, make one of these and then step away from it and say, what works here? What do I think is beneficial? You know, if I'm looking at this for me as EG, I would say that the combination of feminine and masculine elements, the androgyny of the outfit, works for me. I like the pants with the high slit, and this is a neckline I tend to be a fan of, but what is this? Why did I do that? That never should have happened. Also accentuating a really snatched waist. I don't know if I was doing what I was doing with that, but those are elements that might be interesting to move forward with if we were designing something for an EG maybe. But, you know, we learn something from each time we attempt a design as well. Accentuating yet also thickening oddly. I know. There's some confusing things happening here. Like, what is with the cut of these pants? They're almost like floods. You don't have to do everything right the first try or the second try or the 700th try. You just gotta keep trying with character design, honestly. So, if we're gonna try and design an EG, let me tell you a thing right now. I just closed that. Look me in the eyeball if you are an artist. If you are an artist. Look me in the eyeball. Artists. Or if you are commissioning someone to do the initial concepting for your character design. I highly advise, yeah, eye contact. 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. I highly, cannot more highly suggest to you, do not draw the character in a Y pose symmetrically from the front. If you are designing an outfit, do not, because so much of our ability to read a character and their design successfully comes from not just the design itself, but also from the acting, from the posing, and especially when we are designing a character that is not already perfectly front-facing in a really stiff pose, it really helps us to design a character that's not going to be perfectly symmetrical. It'll help us to incorporate natural asymmetry into the design, where so often I see character designs that have perfectly symmetrical hair, or perfectly symmetrical shoes, or perfectly symmetrical anything. Yeah, don't draw in a Y pose, or an A pose, or a T pose. You can make a reference for your character, if you're going to be live 2D or 3D, that is in that pose after. But do not do that as your first concept. Do not. Because it's going to limit you and the way that you're thinking. Your brain wants the easiest path forward. Your brain is going to want you to draw elements symmetrically because it's easier and it takes less time. Let me show you EG for winter. Let me show you winter EG, Squiiji from last year. And I'll show you, I do have a front-facing design, but that's because I needed it for a 3D model. Where's Squiiji? Hello? Here we go, Squiiji. My Squiiji concept art, once I knew that I wanted to be a skier for my concept, is this. This was my concept art. This is where I designed Squiiji, was on this, where because I'm in the pose, because I'm being affected by wind, and looking at different angles, is this still a very symmetrical outfit, kind of? That's sort of innate to the way ski outfits often work. But because I wasn't being limited by the fact that it was already perfectly symmetrical, I was like, all right, well, we can put the ski tag on one side, and we can put the ears on the other side. This allowed me to think more broadly about the character, and thinking about the posing helps me to figure out how to work through, you know, would these elements be functional in this sort of circumstance? Yeah, it would be a good pose, something that just fits the personality of the character. Yeah, so when you start your drawing, the pose would be something that is good to fit the personality or whatever it is that they're doing. If you can give them a task to do, that may also help. So like, this pink cat girl, I wanted her to feel like she is very upbeat and friendly. So I gave her a friendly pose where, is she being affected by gravity? No, she's floating in a void, so her legs can kind of go wherever. But she's got her little peace sign, which is sort of endearing. I figured out that her facial expression could be winking, because that makes her feel playful. Those things already get us off in the right direction about this. And because we haven't drawn the character flat front facing, we can see ponytail, we can see the tail cascading in an interesting way out from the body. It'll make you more likely to cut across the body with elements, or have, like, you know, the shirt tucked into the pants or something, which are things that you may be more reluctant to do if you're intending to draw something with the symmetry modifier turned on. Yeah. Conspiracy theory. During VTuber design critiques, art and different poses often get higher scores. That may not be a conspiracy theory. We may be tricked by the fact that they are not symmetrically posed into thinking that they have stronger silhouettes. Because, I mean, sometimes, unfortunately, just because a design has a strong silhouette when drawn like this, it may not be drawn to have a strong silhouette when facing forward. You gotta be very specific about how you do it. So it is kind of tough. That may actually happen subconsciously to us, though, I will admit. Definitely for the latter. Yeah, it does also help the latter. It makes it seem like the spacing is more varied, because we don't really know where to draw rungs sometimes, too, maybe. Yeah. For river water flows down the path of least resistance. Yes. In designing, we will take the path of least resistance. We will also often design things that we are comfortable with designing. So, if you intend to be a character designer, do things you wouldn't do. Draw things you wouldn't normally draw. That's why I drew this character design first and foremost. When I'm drawing character designs, I'm always trying to do something that is unusual or atypical. And this was the first time I let myself draw something for a more common trope. I don't really ever draw within this sort of like fashion style either. So I was like, all right, e.g., challenge, pink cat girl, make her unique, and give her a fashion style that you've never drawn something for before. And by result of me having done that, I expanded my thinking and my horizons. Because now I know more of what's out there, so that I can bring that knowledge to other designs that are maybe completely and totally different, but by having that basis, like anything, practice makes perfect, having all those past exercises you've done before do just help make you stronger for the other things you're attempting to apply those skills to, right? So, here's Squiiji, the way that they were. Then I did... Hang on. Wow! Mouse, if you want to work. Then I did draw a front-facing reference of Squiiji and cleaned it up so that I could use this for my 3D modeling and also make sure the colors were all locked in sort of properly. But doing things in this order. Something a little bit looser, something that has a little bit more of the character visible in the pose, something that'll make the really test whether or not this outfit is going to be functional in the circumstance it's intended to be used in and the occupation it's in, interacting with props. All those things can help us to understand the character more clearly. And then we can pose the character here. What is a character? Was in a pose, not A, Y, and still a front pose? That can also be okay. It just needs to not be something symmetrical. If you're using a symmetry modifier while you are designing a character, step one, failure. Don't do that. At least not initially. So like you'll notice here in this reference, I did use a symmetry modifier. You're okay to use it once you get to making references, if it makes sense to use it for what you're using it for. Where here, yeah, it wouldn't make sense if my stripes were drawn ever so slightly cattywampus. But don't use it in your initial concepting. Guilty as charged. I'm not calling you guys out. I'm giving you opportunities where we can do things better. Don't worry. I'm not mad at you if any of you guys do that. Don't worry. This is just my advice, is to not do that going forward if you can avoid it. And here's the thing. All the advice that I'm giving is if you are intending to be a professional character designer. If you are character designing just for fun, you can kind of throw out everything I'm saying here and just have fun with it. Sometimes, you know, if you are just character designing for yourself, it can help to, you know, think about these types of things because, you know, you might be unsatisfied with how your designs are working or feel like you still have improvement to be made or room for growth. But these are sort of the things that are necessary if you want to work in character design in any capacity, where you want to design characters for anime, for VTubing, for any kind of visual medium. There we go, I'm free. I'll take a sip of drink, don't worry. I'm not disappointed, don't worry! You guys can't disappoint me. The only way you disappoint me is if you guys are being, like, mean. There we go, okay, I'm free. Thank you for a snack, I appreciate it. Honestly, really helpful. I hope the Google Docs are available somewhere. I will make them available as soon as I make them more easily readable. And I'm gonna put all these notes down in it as well. Yeah. No artist, but I do marketing, and I like analyzing what makes a character feel balanced and eye-catching. Ah! See, that is also a good thing to do. Oh, thank you for spinning my head. I appreciate it. Teacher being silenced? No. I'm impossible to silence. I will continue yapping you and you sew my mouth shut. You're never safe from me. I don't shut up. Take a sippy here. Actually, 2 sippy even. There we go. Okay. So, where were we, I say as I continue blocking the screen. Going to school for this and then going to an AG stream feels like tutoring. Are you in school for character design, Manzana? Is that what you're doing? I'd be interested to hear what your character design teacher teaches you guys, because I've found out that it varies quite significantly across the US as well as globally what is taught in character design, where like I haven't hammered home to you guys shape language and scale of details nearly as hard as most like American professors would, but that's because in VTubing we don't tend to use as much of that. But like that's its own entire separate lesson potentially. Like we're doing an overview today. I don't know. Aiming for a toy design course. Toy design! Oh! Illustration, but there's a heavy emphasis on character design. Interesting. Intriguing. Huh. Okay. I see. Also, don't worry, I will definitely make this doc available. It just isn't going to be available immediately right now because I would like to flesh it out just a little bit more. So, what I'm going to do now, I'm actually going to move this somewhere so that I can grab stuff from it more easily and paste them into Clip Studio. Let's try and make an EG following all of these elements. Let's pull some ideas that we think might work sort of concretely together if we were going to be building a character based on all of that. Oh wait, actually before I do that, I just want to show you a funny little thing I made a long time ago. If you guys need just something to practice your character design for VTubing with, I have a VTuber creature occupation theme generator that I made years ago. Apparently this is hot. I don't know what that means. But thank you if you would like. But if you just need something to practice it, this is just a funny little generator I made. Hi, I'm EG. I'll send it to you. Let's see. Diagnose me! EG is a poison dart frog. Oh, it's gone. What are the odds? What are the odds? Oh, I might be concerning my upstairs neighbors. I hear them moving a lot after I did that. Everything's okay, don't worry. I'm just making weird noises, I'm so sorry. Incredible. I need to not be so loud making concerning noises. Or people might get worried. Let's pick a different one here, just to see. But if you need just help figuring this out, what if Amber was one? We're gonna steal Amber's name, because it'll just give me the same thing if I put that in right now. Amber, I'm happy to let you know that you are now a worm Viking VTuber whose theme is magic. So, random VTuber design generator. Or random VTuber concept generator, rather. If you just want something to play around with and have fun, you can do this. There we go. Let me pin that. Oh, thank you! You were so quick with the pin. Let me put this in here. Welcome to the live chaos. Hello, welcome, yes. I'm so sorry. I need to calm down sometimes just a little bit. EG got betrayed by their own generator. It's my fault. It's past EG's fault. I made this generator.
As per the stems and fungi conditions, I have become the primordial being. Hello, shrooms.
Oh, what have you become, Yuri? Okay, sure. You can become a primordial being. I think you're already kind of primordial being. Yeah. I did get betrayed by my own generator, but I made it so incredibly long ago. Yeah. I've read Sugar Maple is a vampire religious figure VTuber whose theme is cottagecore. Very cute. A beetle doctor VTuber? Yeah, there's a lot of options in here for the species and stuff. There's a lot of things in the list. Gotta go. Promise to play with my brother. Have fun. Thank you for stopping by. But if you just need stuff to practice, this could be good for you to do. Do you like my terrible background drawing for this? That I made years ago of just like a bunch of random motifs? Lovely, isn't it? But yeah, so this may be just sort of fun as like a which character you quiz or just something if you need an option for something to design. Vampire cottagecore priest? That's just redacted for politics. True. Tomato theme? Nice. Grimitator is Marcor Astronomer VTuber whose theme is water. Don't know what Marcor is? Time for a Google. That might be an animal. Butterfly biker VTuber whose theme is malachite. Yeah. See how creative and interesting these might be? This might be good for an extra credit assignment one of these days. Secretary Bird film critic. It's a stained glass theme. Oh, and I'm here, Rex. I'll test you, Rex. Just really fun. Just really quick. Hang on. Unless you want to do it yourself. It might give you a different answer than I put in here. Let's see. What is Rex? Rex is a sunset moth martial artist VTuber whose theme is amethyst. Pheasant astronomer VTuber whose theme is spider lily. Banshee gardener VTuber whose theme is morning glories. Fox sculptor paper theme. Yeah, see, these are lovely, aren't they? A lot of very interesting options. Stealing Riraku's. Riraku's not a martial artist, but I guess you are becoming a moth, maybe. But it is just like a little fun thing you can use if you want some practice. This is what I'll do if I need to just practice a character design and be like, I need to design a character. If you are trying to create like adopts for a character or like something of that capacity or something to show off in like a portfolio, this could be good for just having a interesting combination of elements, and then you can think of where things overlap. Yeah, it could be a fun design challenge. Maybe we do this as an extra credit one day. Someday, maybe. Alien chemist, whose theme is cottagecore. Wait, it got 2 out of 3 correct? That's funny. That is so funny. Yeah, the card. I forgot about the card. Oh, for our resident moth. If you'd like to send a card, you can absolutely send the card. Please sign the card for our moth. Yes. I believe we are sneaking under the radar here today. If you'd like to sign that card, go for it. Let me see though. Let me grab a couple of these elements that I think might be beneficial to us. What's the moth card? Ah, a beloved shroomate of ours. Wow, I didn't know housekeeping today. A beloved shroomate of ours is having some unfortunate medical times and is not feeling their greatest right now. So it would be very kind of us. We're making a card if you would like to sign it and wish them well and wish them good health and energy and all those things. There's a thread, yeah, and chatting one, like Amber said. That would be lovely if you would like. We're hoping to deliver it at the end of this month, so we still have a couple more weeks if you want to like doodle something or leave a little message. It might be nice if you would like to go for it. I'm gonna start pulling some things here and moving us in the direction of designing a character. Oh wait, I didn't grab... Is Ms. Frizzle MS? I don't know how her name is spelled. Is it just Ms.? Yeah, Dresses of the Frizz. Oh, that's fantastic. I feel like this has a really good overlap with artist if I stick it in there, probably. Dresses of the Frizz. She's such an icon. She looks so much like a teacher. I feel like if we were trying to design a character, we could make an apron that fills the role of her dress, or put the apron over something that fills the role of her dress and have it be this sort of maximalistic all-over pattern with a collar. Because she reads very distinctly like a teacher. Oh man, I should just save her in general, because for me, do I even have a teacher board? I don't know if I have one. Teacher? Oh, I don't. Hang on. Let me make a teacher board. There we go. Yeah. Miss Frizzle. Is she Miss? I don't know what her prefix is. She might be Miss, but I don't remember. Nakatsin, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I'm so sorry if I goof up how to say your name. I have teacher debuff, unfortunately. Head out for work. Good luck at work, Corey. All my teachers look like office workers. That's boring. My teachers never looked like office workers, but that's because I was in the arts mostly. When I was in high school, they looked like office workers. But yeah, if we were to add more to our teacher board, let's just really quickly. Teacher! Oops. Outfit. Let's get some teacher outfit inspiration. Oh yeah, like, look at all these girlies in there. Oh, see, this looks like it's art teachery. This seems to make sense. Hang on, let me grab that for teacher. Yeah. Oh, see, like, this is cute for an art teacher. That's cute for an art teacher too. The wide leg pants are nice. Let's see. Oh, the textured pants I feel like might be good for us also for a teacher. Cardigans, very sunshiny. Textures. Oh, the vest. Hang on. Yeah, there's a lot of good things here potentially. Patterned skirts. But like, look how interesting all these teacher outfits are. These are not just like boring office workery outfits. These are fun, which is exactly what we want. Oh, the shoes with the jean jacket. Hang on, that's also really cute for a teacher. And we can also look up teacher character. Let's see. This is definitely meant to be a caricature of a teacher that I don't know if is meant to be especially kind, but I love that I had a teacher who looked literally exactly like this when I was in undergrad. To me, this is very endearing and nostalgic, and I love this as an art teacher, but I hope they meant this in a kind manner. Oh, I love her. Oh, this is another good artist. Hang on, these might be just good references for artists in general, as opposed to just being teachers too. Oh, the art teachers. Oh, the art teachers. Hey, I had that art teacher. Oh my gosh, Edward, do we have the same art teacher? We may have. I'm kidding. I don't think there's any way that's possible. Let's see. Any other art teachers I could add? You're not an art teacher. That's... what's her name? From Recess. Character cube. Oh no, not Picasso? Oh, yeah, not Picasso as far as looking at art goes, unfortunately. But the teacher herself was cute. This lady's holding a whole plant, which I'm not sure why she would be doing that as a teacher. Most of these characters do not look especially like art teachers to me. That looks like an art teacher I had, though. That's like an art teacher. Art teachers aren't always very nice. You're not an art teacher. Are you an art teacher? Oh, wait, these are just teachers in general. Hang on. I guess you are maybe a teacher. I don't know if you're a teacher. This was actually not that useful to search. McGonagall is a teacher. That's crazy. Go away. I don't need you here. It may also be that Pinterest is trying to do that thing where because of my other searches, its algorithm may be trying to give me something more related to my other searches, which might not be helping us right now, unfortunately. But let me just go back here. We'll start to grab a couple of things so I can make a board out of them. Ever saying "yug"? I'm guessing that's in relation to McGonagall. I make that similar sound. Ugh. 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 Not on my good, non-binary, open-minded, loving, caring, community-oriented, accepting of all people from all walks of life stream. Hate it when tech tries to help and actually sabotages. Yeah! Pinterest not that bad with it, but sometimes it's not helpful. Alright, let's see. What do I want for my first attempt at EG? We're gonna grab this first off. EG redesign. We're gonna have an hour to try and make an EG. Let's make a nice big canvas. Often if I'm doing something like this, I'll use like PureRef, but PureRef doesn't capture nicely while I'm on stream. Are you guys familiar with PureRef? You could be. From 0 to 7 followers on EG's Pinterest. Look at me, I'm moving up in the world on Pinterest. Alright. It's the frizz? No way. Okay, got her. What else? I feel like this vest over a shirt combo might be kind of nice. Oh, but the vest is gonna get hidden by... Okay, wait, but layers. The vest might get sort of hidden, but we might be okay. Paste you in here. Oh, you're so big. Shrink. Oh, was I raided? Hello? You my moon bunny, welcome in. Hi. Hey, Shrewmates, can you rotate for the raiders, please? I am Squiiji, I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. Today, we are doing character design research together. We're pretending to redesign me, going through the whole process of character design. We're at the stage where we're grabbing our potential references and we're putting them all into one big collage here. But welcome! Hey, Shrewmates, make sure you rotate for them. And also, thank you, mods, for getting the shout out. I appreciate it. How was your stream? What were you up to? It says that you were last playing Genshin, but I see that you also have an art stream coming up. Hope it was good. Rex right out the gate asking for art tags. Frizzle aesthetic is so real. More grown up I get, the more I relate to Harper from Wizards of Waverly Place. Wait! Harper might also be a good inspiration here too. We could have a Miss Frizzle level of detail, but with like a more earthy, Mori K inspired design. Mori Key, not K. Yeah. Broke my PC, but was able to stream Genshin? Wait, crazy. Do you know what broke my PC? Was trying to stream Honkai Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail broke my CPU cooler last December. Wild. My computer blue screened on stream twice. But I'm sorry you broke it. I hope that everything's okay. I'm glad you were able to still stream some Genshin nonetheless. Dang. I know how that goes though. Not my favorite. Hoyo games are heavy. They are. Crash only once? Oh man, but crashing once is still not good for your computer though. Be careful. But thank you for stopping by with your fellas. I hope you had a good stream. If you and your guys need to do things like eating or drinking, snarking, memeing, or maybe playing doctor to your PC, Don't worry about it. Go for it. Take care of what you gotta take care of. If you want to stick around and hang out while we do just a little bit of character designing. Paste? Where's my paste? There we go. You're welcome to do so. But if you have other things that you need to do, go for it. OBS just froze completely. It was scary. Oh my god, that is scary. When mine crashed when I was live before, my computer just blue screened at random on stream. And apparently people could still hear me for a couple seconds while I was blue screened, which was terrifying. Okay, there we go. Patterned pants and a crazy shirt might not be a good combo together, but we want patterns somewhere in the outfit. Somewhere in my fit, there needs to be a pattern. Let's see. And then there was one other person whose pant shape that I thought was probably good, but I think I put them in my artist folder. Let's see. Let's go back. Artist. I think, yeah, this. This might be nice. So that way I'm sort of getting like something skirt adjacent in the pants, but not fully. And the tie. Oh wait, there's so many cute elements here. We'll parse together what we want out of all these things after I just grab them all here. Yep, there we go. Bam, go away. Oh, hang on. Invert. Go away. There we go. And I'm going to shrink them all down so that I can sort of see all of the things that I bring in at once because of my aphantasia. But that way we can sort of think of big picture things and see all of our sources we're trying to combine all at once, maybe. Mine crash? Oh no. Can't turn my PC off now? I don't have a desktop and Windows key isn't working? Time to turn it off manually. Oh no! I hope your computer's okay! I know that photo shoot style lets a Taobao clothing listing? That's so funny. Hey, thank you! Shout out Taobao for, I guess, allowing me to have this good reference here. Let's see, do I have anything else for the artist? This is unfortunately AI, I think, so I will find a different one of my aprons. This is also, but I'm gonna grab just sort of the layering here, maybe, of the girly. Ugh. I'm gonna take whatever they did and do it better, which is why we're allowing this to be used as some sort of resource. Never is this a final design, as I may have said earlier. And never are we creating these things ourselves, but they do exist and they are out there, and I am reclaiming them for the humans by reinterpreting it and doing it better. It's funny how already in the Miss Frezzo color palette that is too. Okay, let me see. What else did I want to grab in here from some of the stuff we had been looking at before? I'll grab some of the mushroom references as well. Oh, see, like, that's not very teacherly, but I love those really long sleeves combined with the shorter shirt. Ah, man, this is so tough. Maybe we could do... Oh, but that wouldn't be teacherly. Hang on. I need something more teacherly. Oh, but it could be a collared shirt. Hang on. Thinking about things. We're gonna grab this. I only want this for the shirt. So let me get rid of everything else. No tummy out. Not from your teacher. There we go. Invert. Clear. Make it a little bit bigger. Just seeing different ways I can work with pattern, I guess, for this. Oh, and all the little details are interesting too. Okay. Yeah, I see. Taobao is basically Chinese Amazon in terms of how many different items are sold there, but also have a lot of indie brands. So basically every clothing style you can think of, they're also a great style reference. Ooh, interesting. Okay, I see. Maybe we need to add that to our, like, reference area, maybe. I don't know. Have a good stream. Gonna go to sleep? Yeah, get your snark memes. Thank you for rating, Yume. Enjoy your sleep and also good luck with your computer. I need those sleeves on every shirt in my wardrobe. Like, those would be very terrible sleeves to have if you were an artist, but they could be so messy and floppy. They could be really interesting. Let's see, do we have anything else I wanted to grab from in here? For hair, we didn't really talk about hair, but because here's my thought, is if I was redesigning EG, the one thing I would never change about myself is my hair. My hair has to be a mushroom. I can't do it any other way. Okay, anyways, like I was saying. As I was saying, I don't know why that happened when I was bald. Ow! Why is their mouth doing that? We still don't know. We know what things are triggering it, but it shouldn't be triggering it. What was I saying? I was saying something. Oh. Where are we go? I was saying something. Oh, hair. So if we were redesigning an EG, and the one thing I wouldn't get rid of, I guess, is my hair, which has been, nope, don't look, removed from me, I guess. We can't open the mushroom things, but I fear that that is just something I'm too attached to for me. But if I was designing someone else as a character that is a mushroom, especially an inky cap, I don't know if I'd give them my hair. That's me. That's my thing. But maybe we could still have like a big hat. I wonder if we could do like a mushroom beret of some sort. Like it's a big hat. Let's see. Are there any other ways mushrooms have been done as hair? Mostly just hats, I feel like. Which I feel like that's a cop-out if we're doing mushrooms in any relation here. But you know what? Species we did put down as mushroom for inky cap. If I wasn't a mushroom, what other species would I be? Because I don't want to just redesign me. I sent some live suggestions. Oh, thank you, Rex. I forgot about that. Thank you. Let me see. Oh, whoa, okay. Yeah, those are definitely very funky from Monster Train 2. Oh, interesting. I'm wondering if maybe we should just pick a different species for me, because if I wasn't a cat, or not a cat, I'm not a cat in the first place. If I wasn't a mushroom, I wouldn't be a cat either. I don't know why I was saying cat. What species would I be? Yeah, somebody said squid earlier due to the ink. I don't mind a squid. Squid might be good, but you know what other thing I was thinking that may also relate to slime and things like that, and also having glasses and stuff like that, is if I was a little slug, or if I was a snail, even. Wouldn't that be really cute, maybe? I feel like that could be very interesting. So I might put, like, snail or slug as my other option. I like just cute little creepy crawly garden-y things. I feel like that also does gloop kind of interestingly. It fits the vibe kind of nicely, right? Maybe. Slug, snail. There is a, oh, I don't know if she's a slug or a snail, but there is a VTuber who has, who is a snail, I think? Who has, like, real eyes on stalks over their head, but is wearing glasses where they would be worn on the face anyway, so they don't look uncanny, and I love their design. It's so clever. It's so smart. I'm not taking that from them, but it's just such a smart thing that they did for their design, and I wish I knew what their name was off the top of my head. It's so neat. But here, we'll just grab some slugs or some snails, maybe, just real quick. I don't think I have a board for a slug or a snail right now. Look at this! We're improving all of my Pinterest board varieties. Slug, snail. Oh, look at these snails. Look at all these little snails. Oh, the patterning on that one might be kind of nice. I don't want a sea slug. That's a different thing. Well, I guess that could be good also, maybe. I wanted a land snail. Yeah, there. Classic, classic land snail. It does not get more classic than that. I'll save these guys because they're sort of a funny way of doing a snail. I think they're from Turbo. Or wait, no, that's not where those are from. Where are these guys from? What is this? What are these from? I don't remember these guys. They might be too small for you guys to be able to tell. Who are they? What are they from? Epic? Oh, they're from Epic! Okay, there we go. It's just so difficult. Man, I haven't seen Epic in a very long time. Okay. That was just what they had for snails, but let me grab my own snails here real quick. There's definitely a bug walking across my foot right now. Yep, can you get off there, please? One of my jumping spiders is on me. Hello! Hello, I almost kicked you.
Scholars say the Odyssey was a single series of 24 separate chapters commonly referred to as chapters. They would be sung by rhapsods who would pass down the stories. It would take many years for the Odyssey to be written.
That's true, Gary. I think Epic, yeah, not the musical. Epic, the, like, fairy adjacent movie. Not the same, not the same. I just search for snail. All pins, let's see. Oh, look at all of these beautiful snails. Oh, look, this is a nice just collection of snail. Oh, his back is a whole strawberry. I'll put that in there too. Oh, this one's hanging out with a mushroom. Oh, we could still have mushrooms in the design. Because apparently snails like mushrooms. Yeah, this one's got mushrooms growing off of it. That's a little uncanny. But we'll save that anyway. Oh, he's got them on his face, but he still has the eye stalks. That might be good. Maybe we could do a little horn situation maybe, or like some kind of drippy, like the 4 little pieces that come off of their faces maybe would be good. Oh, they're so cute. I love snails. Oh, and some printmaking inspired ones that seem like they're a little bit more line art styled for when we were talking about style. Ah, see, I can tell that it's thinking about the things that we typed in recently because there's a lino cut of a snail. These are snails as foods? Whoa, okay. Interesting overlaps here. More snail designs, more snail designs. That's a cat. That's kind of scary. Oh, he's eating a little snack. He's got a little pellet. Oh, these are interesting shapes for shells, maybe. We'll take that and hold on to it. Oh, this is the fullest illustration of that one. We'll take that and hold on to it. Let me grab a slug now. Like, 50% of designing a character is just hanging out on, like, Pinterest. Ah, see? There we go. Real species of slugs. That's good to have. Oh, these are cute little, like, bugs and insects. That could be good. Slugs. They do still have the same, like, face parts also. I don't want to get into other things. Oh, this is like a slug-inspired, like, cloak. I wonder if I could take that for a cardigan style, maybe. That could be interesting. Ah, know your slug anatomy. That's important. Shremates, do you know your slug anatomy? Optical tentacles, eye spots and sense of smell, sensory tentacles, nice. Mouth, mantle. He's got like a little saddle. Oh, that's a word. Opening under mantle. That's interesting that that's happening in their back. Under mantle. Oh, okay, nice. Breathing pore, okay. Keel, which is the ridge on the back. They've got their foot and they have their skirt. Okay, noted. Good to know. Oh, okay. Suddenly, I am not... No, go back. Suddenly, I am not in slugs anymore. What happened? What is this? Pinterest? Why have you put me somewhere else? That's not kind. That's not what I wanted. Me, like, slug character. I just want to see different ways that snails may have been humanized. Let's see, or personified? All pins, please. Let's see. Whoa, that guy has legs. That's a little uncanny. Oh, this is a full slime person, but I will save that anyway, even though it's not what I'm doing. This is a backpack. It's probably an obvious angle. Full slime person once more. Let's see. This seems like it's just on the top of the head. That's like a very gloopy one, which might be what we want. Something very gloopy. All the antennas. This is very subtle. A lot of potential options here. Love the sushi snail. Where'd you see a sushi snail? Hang on, let me go back up. Is there a sushi snail? I'm gonna miss a lot of things. I am just sort of like very quickly going through. Oh, this guy's really scary, which is sort of fun though. Strawberry we already saw. Where's the sushi one? It said sushi. Oh, this one! Oh, wait, that's actually really good too for character designing. Oh, see, this guy has big old glasses, which is cute. I like big old glasses. We'll keep that. But we're just building our options here. I've seen Snoth before, which is funny. That's a snail moth. Honestly, I might have enough at this point. Oh, wait, a hat. That might also be good. Ooh, wait! That could be a really good hat idea also, is if, like, the head, if I was wearing that. So we'll come up with a hairstyle after, but, okay. I think we might have enough things to actually try and start designing a character, I say, with an hour left in stream. But if nothing else, this should reinforce to you that so much of character design is planning. The designing itself only comes after. You've done a lot of planning, a lot of researching, a lot of expanding your horizons as to what could even be out there for a design. So what I'm going to grab here to sort of keep on hand out of our snails is this, because it made me think of having a hat. Move this down here and I cut all the parts out except for the hat. There we go. Whoop. And scale it up a bit. I don't really need most of these people's shoes, so we'll cover some of the shoes with it right now just so I can see everything and have that nice and big. Can only draw what you know, so you gotta research to know. Exactly. You've got this, EG? Oh, I got it. I'm not worried that I got it. This swirl kind of looks like a hair bun. Ooh, that's also interesting. That could also be a good idea. I can write that down as a note, which is also, if I come up with things that I don't find a reference for, I just write them on here, which, yeah. shell swirl equals bun? Question mark? The dead-eyed stare that this girl has. She's losing it. Whoa. Dizzy. Meant for time? Oh, yeah. Yes, for time. Well, I don't have any... Don't be misled here. We will not be able to design a character entirely in an hour. I am not quick. My art skills are slow. I might spend the entire next hour just trying to make a pose I like. For the character. It may take just a little bit of time to figure that out. But we'll figure it out. I just am not quick with art, which is to say you don't have to be quick with art either. I, for one, am not. I'm very slow. But slow and steady, much like snails, wins the race. So actually, maybe a snail would have been perfect for me. Maybe that would have been fantastic. I'm gonna grab this because the outside edge would make sense to be the outside of like a cardigan, maybe. Let's see. Get rid of... I don't really need anything other than the way this is sitting on the body right now. But I do need the legs to know this is on the body, probably. Hang on. Whoop. Make sure I'm not cutting anything I don't want to. There we go. Bring this up here. There we go. Clever line there. Ha 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 ha. Why do people eat snails? Because they don't like fast food. Ah. That would be very... That's good. I like that one. That's pretty good. That's clever. Slow artist unite? Yeah! I have one of those gold stars somewhere that says world's slowest artist. It takes me on average 6 hours to draw something. Just like a flat character design, which I don't know how that is comparatively to how other people design. I don't know how quick that is compared to how other people are able to do stuff like that. But it don't matter. We don't need to compare ourselves to others. Let's see. These were some interesting shell shapes that I want to just, whoops, have on hand. Come here. For as we are doing a snail design, I'm just gonna stick this whole thing in here, but I might put it on the bottom. I might shrink it also. Seeing the different ways they do the faces and the shells is pretty good. Let's see, what else did I want to bring in here? 6 hours, is that without yapping or with? That is without yapping, but not continuous. It's not like I sit down for 6 hours and design a character. I'll sit down for like an hour to draw the pose, maybe. Might take me something like that to draw it. It takes me a while. Then the actual designing of the character is probably the next 4 to 5 hours. And then the final, like, cleanup of everything with line art and color and stuff like that is probably another hour. The bulk of the time is in the sketching of the actual design, as opposed to the actual rendering. So how long with yapping? Infinite. Never happens. Notice how I'm still trying to collect all the references. It's not easy to talk while doing something. And when I did teach this, I would always have my examples prepared in advance. I never made my examples while I was showing people how to do stuff, which sucks. But just because in a class, we just didn't have time for me to design a character live in front of everyone. So I do like little bits and pieces of it, but I would have like finished examples or examples at certain parts in the process. I'm not showing you those examples right now because they're in my professional portfolio, and if you had those images, you could find me on the interwebs, and I can't have that happening. Also, because those designs were also way different than the type of stylization we work with, probably in VTuber design, and the character designers who are watching this. It's much more cartoony or much more semi-realistic, like just looking like people to some capacity, so it wasn't especially useful to what we're doing here today. Let me see, was there anything else I was supposed to bring in? Oh, I didn't bring in a single Moriki thing. Hang on, where's Moriki? There we go, or an apron. Should grab that. So this layer is sort of interesting, this layer is sort of interesting. I feel like we'll end up with something like this one. Oh wait, actually this might be a really good just general layout for an outfit where hat, collared shirt, big oversized sweater where we can see something hang out underneath. I could have bigger pants, my shoes, and then I could have the apron on over top as a toggle, and then we could figure out something with the hair behind the body. But this might just be a good guide for how to proportion an outfit, maybe, based on some of the other sources we've found. Mori Girl Winter Lookbook. Thank you, Mori Girl, for your winter lookbook. It's very helpful. Okay, hang on, I sort of cut something off the edge there. Whoopsie. There we go. So this might be one of the more guiding images here. There we go, put you there. I don't think we need that this shoe. Hang on, I'll put you on the edge here. There we go. Nice! Reverse Google image search does exist. That is also true. If we wanted to find the sources for these, if they aren't listed here, it might be nice to reverse image search to get a hold of them where they are somewhere else. So we can thank people for inspiring us, or also just credit them properly if it does become a big part of a design. Let's see, was there anything else from here that I wanted to grab? It seems like boots aren't uncommon, light colored sneakers, layering, patterning, loose fitting clothing, natural hair, layering. Okay. I'm gonna grab this just to make sure I construct an outfit sort of the way that might make sense also. Because I'm wondering if having a scarf as an upper layer might also benefit us. But there we go. So let's see. Did I miss anything here? I don't have an apron. Man, there's so much setup. Weep. Whap. It's fine. Where did I put the aprons? Did I put them in artist? Or did I put them in printmaker? I might have put them in printmaker. I think I did. Yay, okay. So I think I'm gonna grab... Oh. This is very hard to figure out which ones might be good for this particular attempt I'm making. I like the style of the way this is attaching at the top, but it might not feel very Morike. It feels very industrial. The shapes here might be the closest to what I'm going for. Let's see. Okay, we'll paste this in. Is this Taobao also? Who was that? Was that Manzana who was saying they could detect it? This is definitely posed for selling this clothing garment. This isn't just somebody's fits check. This is definitely, we're trying to sell this piece of clothing. Like a stock photo almost for sale. If it breathes, it's Taobao. I don't know about that. I think I breathe, and I don't think I'm Taobao. Honestly, this one would be just easier if I just went like this to remove stuff from it. There we go. Let's shrink this down so that it's not as much in the way. There we go. That's probably good. Alright, so now I have all of my elements. Look at this nightmare of a mood board here for the outfit, where the certain elements that I want to use, I will often leave myself notes here of pants. That's the pants I want. I do think we want this part of that design. I'm gonna pull those pants to here, potentially. What else might I need? That apron will probably go over top. I don't want the bag. We're not gonna do a bag. We're not gonna do a center of the body thing either. Collared shirt. We want this for the collar, potentially. So I'm gonna circle that. And then maybe this is the patterning for the sleeves, which also feels kind of snail shell-y. Hang on. Ooh, pattern. And then we'll pick one of these to be the hat later. So that way I don't forget what my intentions were here with bringing all this stuff in. And then maybe this could be edges as a motif where it's sort of doing the like thing. Yeah, okay. Got it. Breathes, Taobao. Hotel, Trivago. Very good. Alright, so now that I have my mood board constructed, I can finally, 5 hours later, start designing a character. Often it doesn't take me this long to actually get to this step when I am designing. Like that cat I showed you earlier. I already had all the elements that went into her pulled. I already had all of this shirt, I had the shoes, I had the shorts, and the hair. I already had these in other places, so that way I could just pull them all together. One thing, I guess, before I just actually start designing, that I would suggest also, if you are a character designer trying to build boards, one board that I cannot understate the importance of is what I call the elevated basics. I call them elevated basics. What this is so many clients will come to you and say, or just like designs, will say to you, I I need something that's cozy and casual. I need something that is jeans and a sweatshirt. I need something that is a sweater or a t-shirt. And those are all sort of like the closet essentials that people wear. But if you design characters that are just wearing sort of like a stock standard t-shirt or a stock standard pair of jeans, they won't feel like they've been character designed. So you can find garments that are like a slightly elevated version of that specific piece of clothing, or that are styled in a way that makes them feel elevated. So here we can see, this is a t-shirt, but it's a t-shirt being worn very big with layers on top of it. So that's sort of like a fashion inspo piece to just have on hand here. What I pulled for that other character design was a specific layering that I saw where it was like, here is sort of like a t-shirt being worn outside of a sweater, or like a layered sweater with a body bag across. There's a lot of things like this that you can find where it just helps you design something more interesting. Like, yeah, look at this sweater. We can now think about the fact that this has a wide neck on the sweater with little crossed ribbons on it. Look at this sweater. It's really broad and wide at the elbows and then cinches in for the lower arm. Look at these pants. Crazy. Also applies to day-to-day style. I mean, that is true. If you have a good sense of fashion as a person, that may benefit you as a character designer. But if you're a character designer, that may not translate into having a good sense of fashion or style, because I certainly don't. I would have really good fashion if I could pull the clothing items out of my head and make them real, but I don't have that ability currently. I know how to sew, I just haven't done it, potentially. Can only make Lolita cords? Okay, you say only, but that is not an especially easy thing to do either, okay? Pants have photosynthesis windows? Yeah, they do. But yeah, look, here's a very simple top, but because they put that trim on the bottom of it, that makes it elevated or more specific. This is a sweater that has cuts in it that look like ribs. Here's a skirt that's been tied up for practicality's sake. Look at this weird collared shirt that's a t-shirt with long pointed things. Oh, this is a nice shape of shirt that I'll save here also. Oh wait, it's already saved here, never mind. Lies. Oh, buttons that are eyeballs? Hell yeah, we'll grab that. Why not? Fish as a tie? Oh, that's a whole fish as a tie. We'll take that. But yeah, I'm always just grabbing things to add here because this is the board that I end up pulling elements from the most when I'm doing character design or consultations, just as like samples for something. Look, crazy asymmetrical skirt. I bet you didn't think about that. I bet you didn't think you could do a skirt like this. I bet you didn't think that you could have a weird half body wrap like that off the top of your head. We can't design things that we don't know exist in some capacity. So all of this helps us to know what all is out there. So I'm gonna keep this ready in case I need it for me, because this stuff feels a lot more grounded than some of the stuff that I am liable to attempt to design also. So I think that if concept is hard, it's an example cosplay that is rarely done. Yeah! Which is why I haven't sewn anything out of my head, because just because I know how it works doesn't mean I know how to make a pattern for making clothing. That's not easy. And then also expensive also. Yeah, my entire wardrobe is from Hot Topic. That's crazy. I had that at one point in my life, but no longer. No longer. Also, why am I'm lagging? Hello? Catch up, EG? Hello? Why are you so slow? My hands aren't lagging. But my head is. What is happening? Why is that occurring? So strange. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna teleport us to just the drawing room, and I'm gonna move this. You guys won't be able to see it because I need to be able to see it, actually. Well, actually, wait. I guess I could put it on the side. Hang on. We're gonna teleport because I hate all this mess. This drives me insane having to see this on my own stream. I'll put it here. Whoops, hang on. So let me make a new design. E.g., what if? I can't put a question mark. That's okay. Bam. All right. Let me move these to the side. Let's see if I can do this. I might struggle with it being moved off to the side, but actually I don't even need it yet because I just need to draw a pose first. So I'm teaching. I have aphantasia. I need a pose reference also. Let's see. Teacher! You get a nice teaching pose from the internet. Let's see. Oh, calling on people. Nice. Okay. What do teachers even do? when they're gesturing. Ah, pointing at whiteboards, that's good. Ah, okay, so I'm detecting, maybe this will be good if I do like a standing forward, leg back, and I am gesturing to something as a teacher. Let's see. Outfit serving prep? What outfit? Whose outfit? Which outfit are we talking about? Miku cosplays? Huh? Hang on. Body arc. Leg. Shoulders. My head will come in here last. Shoe. Hang on. Oh, shoe. You'll watch me reproportion everything about 8 million times here. This is how I sketch. In the mood board? Oh, I see. They have illustrations of the outfits, so it's simpler to break down depending on what it was published. Some sick poses. Oh, I see. Yes, sewing patterns. Huh. I wonder if that's another good search term to add to our potential queries, is sewing pattern. Okay, I also need a pose that is not going to obstruct most of the body. And boy, these teachers obstruct so much of their body, unfortunately. Let's see if I can find a better pose to do. Hang on. Hit a little bit more of an S curve in the body here, e.g. This is weird. I'm technically drawing something that's gonna be me. I don't do this very often unless I'm just drawing Squiiji. Take that to an angle so that way we're getting hips in this direction, torso in the other direction, and then the head could still be like pointing back, maybe. We'll have to do a little bit of proportioning here. And then we're gonna say like, okay, classic e.g., hand on hip, gesture at something, and that's gonna be like a finger, and there's the hand. And that'll be a thumb, and we're gonna wrap around the body. Okay. It'll take me longer to just draw the pose than it might for us to actually start designing. Which may be an oversight on my part. It may have been smarter if I had just drawn an EG-esque pose before we started. So that way I don't have to try and do anatomy at the same time as I'm trying to do character design. But let's see. Could this be an arc? Hang on, let's exaggerate first. Give me this tool. I have a question here. So this is something that I'd said to Billy recently that I'm trying to figure out if it is true or not. I have seen so many like super like dumb, annoying AI, what do you call them? Like time lapses, speed paints, and it's driving me crazy. Because some of them I can't tell if they're real or not, but honestly the things I can tell are real. The main reason I can tell they're real is because they use the liquify tool. Because I don't think the computers are smart enough to figure out how to do that. But I'm wondering if people have seen other things that like, what to you makes it clear that something is a time lapse that is real? Because I'm pretty good at determining what elements make an illustration itself real, but some of the time lapses I've seen have been really like frustratingly convincing. There we go, that's much more dynamic in the posing. Okay. Clear this, there we go. Start with my feet. Redrawing that one line over and over and over again. Ah, but you see, some of those things do it now, unfortunately. Or like the people who like trace over, like, you know how Pinterest, or not Pinterest, Procreate has hidden source layers? So therefore, people can hide that they're tracing something. So they'll pretend, they'll do the like, draw over it and then like erase and then redraw over it again and then try again and just keep trying their lines out on top to try and make it seem like it's real. I might need to cut this angle of this foot a little more. But it's not, because they've gotten smart about that. They know that we look for that, unfortunately. Which sucks. Curse them learning things. Oh, this is actually really hard to do while I'm live, because all of my tools aren't visible all at once. I have to like scroll up and down in my tools to get my pencil tool. Hack for if you're drawing characters in any capacity. If you have a really guiding line along one side of a limb, maybe if your knee stick out just a little bit, you can then have more distinction on the backside. And that makes it feel like there's more flow to your limb. This is like just a general character drawing thing, or pose drawing thing. So like I will have distinct thigh, distinct sort of calf, but there's this big overall shape for the front of the leg. And that makes it feel like it's sort of interesting in the way that it's shaped too. Huh. Yeah. After all that effort of pretending to be a real artist, they should just actually pick up a pencil. I am the Eminem meme. Learn to draw. Just learn to draw. I promise it's not that bad, and it is so, so incredibly rewarding. And here's the thing. If you are somebody who is doing that, if you enjoy tracing things, tracing is a tool for learning also. I would say don't trace forever, and don't post those works as something that you are declaring as being completed work, but, oops, hang on, I keep grabbing the wrong tool. But you can use that as a learning tactic. If I'm trying to learn to draw a new style or a new type of eyes, I will draw over top of existing ones that are in that style a bunch until I sort of get a feel for it myself, and then I can take notes and interpret it myself and do it better my own way. This leg is too long. What have I done? What happened here? There we go. Actually, I might go like this and have this leg be like this. Maybe EG does a little bit of walking, or maybe I make the toe. Hang on. Whoop. I keep getting the wrong tools. Bend. Yeah, that could be interesting. That could be good. There we go. 2x4 EG isn't really happening yet. We'll get there though. There we go, just proportioning. Use tracing for body poses, should learn anatomy, but it seems hard. That's fair. I will say, one of the things that has recently become much more accepted in drawing, especially in like anime and manga drawing, is using like a base to draw, as long as you're honest that that's what you're doing. Like, there's an artist who I really adore the works of, and I also adore that they don't pretend they're not using them. It's Nia. Nia makes some really fantastic anime illustrations. Nia uses Clip Studio's bases for all of the poses and for all the anatomy, and sort of draws over them, but Nia's not pretending to not be doing that, because Nia posts time lapses all the time that make it really clear that that's what's going on. And that's probably the best way of doing that. Using posame.art to practice drawing. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Sometimes also if I'm like having a day where I really don't feel like drawing a pose, I'll be like, alright, grab something from here, you guys can see it. Here's Clip Studio. I could be like, alright, well, I don't feel like trying to figure... Let's see, let's pick one of these, it's kind of interesting. I don't feel the need to figure this out right now. I think I've actually used this pose before. So I could just go like, wah. And then to interpret it in my style, all I do is I just go, there's a foot. There's a foot, here's the leg. Just to get the general proportioning of how it works. And then head, and then I get rid of it immediately, and I'm like, alright, well, okay. We could push the pose a little bit better. Here's the general line for the leg, general line for the leg. I want this torso shorter. Don't want this hip to be so far forward. Maybe shrink these in a little closer. Pull that in. Consolidate that arc. But do you see how quickly that allows you to get started sometimes? So it's not a bad thing to do. You just have to be honest if you're doing it. Great to use to get accurate proportions. Yeah, also true. So look, now I have a really grounded basis for a pose here. Maybe I should have just done this since we're on stream. So that I got something faster. I was like, I should draw something from scratch, just as an example. And then it's taking me so long. And then I fully screw the thing up and make it not work because I want it to be completely ridiculously exaggerated. And then I would use it from there in some capacity. Oops, hang on, why is this just slightly too wide? There we go. Okay, pull up my gesture drawings from class for references. Also a good way of doing things. I will also, if I am working on designs, sometimes I will just do figure drawings and I will just pull the poses I'm using for a character from that. I don't have a lot that are unused right now though, so I don't have a lot to pull from, but honestly, this is kind of what I was going for anyway. I might just steal this. instead of that pose. We'll steal this for EG. Theft! But do you see how different this is compared to what the initial thing was? I did still design this myself, and I did still completely redraw this pose in some capacity. Close that, get rid of this. We'll just use this since it was faster. And then I can still have my, like, teaching gesture hand, nice. Hit that nice big arc on the front of the leg. There we go. Need to do that. My instinct is to grab a pose from Ibis Paint if I just want to draw. Yeah, I mean, you can. Here's the thing. You can do all of those things. What I'm saying, if I'm saying, like, don't necessarily just trace a pose or use figure studies, those things really only matter if you are trying to learn. If you are trying to find a position in these kinds of industries, then it matters. If you are just drawing for fun, just do what's fun. If it is more fun for you to find a pose in Ibis Paint and interpret that, then do that. Don't make it less enjoyable for yourself. If you want to learn figure drawing, I will always suggest that you should, but don't take the joy out of it by trying to force yourself to do something because you think it's right. You don't need to put limitations on yourself. You just have to be honest about what it is you're doing. Don't lie if you are using poses that are referenced from something or that you did draw over from something. So like right now, this is on the on the record. Oh, EG used a reference! EG drew over a pose! I'm allowed! I'm permitted! I can do this! I'm allowed! The Studio Paint gives me permission to use theirs. So I did. So I used theirs. Let's see. That's probably decent for legs to get us started. I don't really need to. I keep trying to like really flesh this out the way I would if I was really designing. But I'm not gonna do that here. Want a more academic approach, decided to go to art school, but definitely not for everyone. Yeah! So like that was why I went to art school as well, was because I did want a little bit more of the academic, more concrete approach to doing things like this. But you don't have to do that. You can just do what is most enjoyable to you in art. Because I will say, sometimes, ooh, art school does suck a little bit of the soul out of things. For sure. Depending on where you go. Unfortunately. So do hang on to those things that make art enjoyable for you. Also, really good question here, once again. Why have I given myself any amount of chest? I'm just so used to doing it because I draw so many girlies. There we go, put that there. This is probably where the legs would meet, somewhere in that area. Concrete mentioned. I'm just gonna keep saying concrete and keep alerting all of the shroommates who are doing sleeper agent things. Okay, so here's an arm. I'm just using really general shapes right now. And then this will be a hand, and I'm probably gonna do my classic. I do the like one finger out pose for EG a lot. Where it's like that finger where I'm sort of like gesturing and I have my like piece of chalk I'm holding. Probably rotate this a little bit, make the pose more interesting. This is the pose that makes me feel very confident, isn't it? And then this arm is way too short right now. Hang on, shoulder. We'll just do like an arm that's just sort of like gently down. EG mentioned concrete, we all alert like a medical service dog. Concrete alert! Concrete alert! Frank goes in art school and I've sort of unintentionally learned off her poses. There's a lot of skinny exaggeration though. I will say that is one thing that is like the... Oh, I don't even know how to describe this, but like so many art schools do not get models that have a variety of body types in, and it drives me bonkers because people don't know how to design for a variety of body types as a result, and they only know how to draw one body type, and it drives me crazy. Because we don't have to stylize everyone to be skinny. It's not necessary. And some people are like, it's my art style, to which I say, no. Most of my models are skinny. Yeah, it wasn't until I was in grad school that I got any amount of diversity into the type of, like body types that models had, which sort of sucked. If your art school is not providing you with that variety, then don't be afraid to do your own research, as much as it sucks to say. I think I said a lot of these things in my why art teachers hate anime styles video. It's just because they're stuck in their ways. So much of it is. Online stores only sell skinny wood posable models. That also sucks. To some degree, if you learn where fat is distributed on the body, you can theoretically draw any body type using one of those kinds of references, but for yours truly, aphantasia haver that I am, I do tend to look up references of people with the sort of weight distribution that I want while I am attempting to draw somebody who looks like that, even if I don't have a pose that is being done by somebody who looks like that, you know what I mean? Okay, so this will probably be a good enough basis for me to actually do designing. I'm not going to worry about drawing, like, a nice hand or anything. This is so, like, weirdly superhero-y, this pose that I've made. I feel like this isn't cute enough or energetic enough, but what can you do? We're just doing something quick. Here's me, I'm E.G. Oh! And then I always put my head on a separate layer when I'm drawing these because I rescale the head a lot until I'm happy with the proportioning of it. So here's my head. Here's my little cheek thing. Whee! This is an EG, I promise. And then here's the back of the head. And here's an ear. And then we'll erase all this out of here so we can tell what's happening. Wah! Center line, eye line, yeah, okay. Oh, I didn't put it on a separate layer. I just said I was gonna put it on a separate layer and then I didn't. Let's paste it, there we go. So now I can freely, if I decide I want, like, okay, head like this. Nope, that's too small. Yeah, that's more like it. Can you, like that? Yeah. Oh, the legs are too long. That's why I'm not liking it. I'm not that tall. Are you crazy? Make me shorter. There we go. And then my torso's too long also. I just made myself too big, essentially. There we go. That'll be better for an EG. I'm a little guy. I want to feel a little bit more quaint. Oh, bye, Lilium! Thank you for stopping by! Good night! How do you know when a design is done? I commissioned a model. It's very unique, but also very simple. So simple that it feels like it needs something more, but nothing I or the artist came up with felt right. Oh, God. See, that is just like an art question in general. How do you know when it's done? And in a lot of cases, you don't. You don't know when it's done. You just have to decide you're okay with it looking the way that it looks currently for a while. Sometimes things are never done. I have prints that I, despite being made into full screen prints, I'm like, that's not finished. Are you crazy? I really could have iterated on that a lot further, but at some point you just have to agree that finished is better than perfect. And that may be where you are at this point. But honestly, to some degree, having other eyes on something and receiving feedback and critique can be what helps make more sense of that. So like, if you are struggling with that, maybe it's something where, you know, for as much as maybe people are keeping things secret for like a VTuber design, for like releasing it in some capacity, some way, someday down the line, it might benefit you to show friends or to show like the Shrewmates. The Shrewmates have a lot of good thoughts about that kind of stuff. Something like that. Other eyeballs. Not to be rude, find inspiration outside, go explore a bit. That's also true. I don't think that comes across as rude at all. Just in the fact of like, maybe neither of you have just seen the thing that it's missing. But often, I will say, the number one thing if a model is feeling or a design is feeling like it's too simple, it's because it's lacking the little details that make it feel thoroughly thought out. And like what that can be sometimes is just the like little construction details that are just inherent to the way that clothing is put together. That could be what it's missing. It could also be that it's missing like reference to actual real objects sometimes, like where, you know, if you're looking at an actual skirt, pay closer attention to how that is working, and maybe you've missed something with like, oh, it feels too generic because we don't have the lines that are on jeans or something like that. Sometimes it's all just in the little stuff like that, essentially. Shrewmates helped me finish my VTube design? Yeah! Shrewmates! Thank you, Shrewmates! Are you making an alternate outfit for use or for another model for yourself? I am neither, technically. We're playing pretend. We're playing pretend of what would EG have been if not, EG. If I didn't look the way I look now, if I was just redesigning this character entirely based on my interests, we're just seeing what I would look like, essentially. I've made my head sort of weirdly shaped. Hang on. gotta edit it. I'm very particular about the way I look as a person. Big ear. Good. There we go. Helps too. Sometimes just looked at a piece for too long. Walking away, coming back later may help. Taking a simple breather to come back, reassess later. That's true. I would say that absolutely helps with visual art as well, where a lot of us do spend too long looking at things sometimes. I did so much of that when I was designing for me, but even when I'm designing for other people, I do tend to walk away. I always build in enough time to the way that, you know, I've planned to make sure that I will have that time to walk away and come back to a design to see if it's working or not. There we go. Okay, wait, hang on. Whoop, just a little bit more finagling. I don't like to start designing before I'm content with the anatomy of what I'm drawing, just because I'll get annoyed later on and it'll make things harder later on if I'm not content with my anatomy. Like this arm, I don't think makes sense right now. I don't really know what I was doing with this. Try again. We're already a half an hour in, and as I said, I might not even have a design started. I might still be doing anatomy. Literally the Miku if figure / design, but it's EG. Not quite that. Not quite that, baby. Not exactly that. But not terribly far off from that. Hang on. This foot was too long and too squared off. I like to be a little bit condensed for me. At some point I might say to hell with it and just start actually designing things and say we're gonna do arms later. Took the start with silhouette first, then design far. Vtuber designed 12 silhouettes till I figured it out, but that helped for me, not likely everyone. I used to. When I was designing characters in my semi-realistic style, I always did silhouette first, but I found that that wasn't as helpful when I was designing anime style characters, which is sort of funny. That what helped me in one style doesn't help me in other styles, where here, I find it's more helpful for me to get the pose sufficiently where I want it and then start drawing stuff over it. But I do tend to think about silhouette immediately and in every step when I am designing. Still. Let's see. Clarify what the thigh's doing here just a little better. Okay. This is fine. So much of this is going to get covered because I do realize this is also the Mori key fashion style, which covers so much of the body. Maybe instead of that pose, I could do like a... we're holding like books or something. Pose like this. That feels EG-like. I think that's what my starting soon screen does, is it has my little like... it has my books tucked under my arm. There we go, this might be good enough to get started. That's an arm, and then this is... just do like an arm out. Let's see, so like wrist, hand, elbow. I can see enough of the body here that'll be okay to design. That should be fine. Okay. Bam! EG design time! We have a base. Okay, let's see. Grab my stuff over here so that I can see them, and let's off to the races. So first, going for big picture ideas in designing. I'm gonna try and just stick down the overall big silhouette shapes that I wanted to incorporate, which seems to be, I wanted the vest, I wanted the collar, sort of these sleeves, and these big, wide pants. So the way I drew this character is actually really funny for this. So collar, we can still make the collar really big, and I did want a Miss Frizzle-esque collar, so I need to drop the neckline of this vest a little bit lower. I can make the vest just like a little bit more saggy maybe. And like bunched up on the body, and it seems like it sits somewhere around here. There we go. So then this bunches up behind the body, come in there like that, and then we have the big collar. This will probably all get totally completely reproportioned at some point. Oh, the head is covering so much right now, but yeah, having the buttons for the collar area. They're not really at the right angle. And then the sleeves. I do like that the sleeves seem like they're really wide before they're reaching the wrist. Like it feels sort of studious that this is tied back in some capacity. Oh, I need to put the apron on too. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of layers in there. This might not work. That's why we're trying it. Big, big bell-like sleeves. This is sort of almost a dark academia sleeve too. Let's see, I could probably even make these even bigger. There we go. Baggy sleeves. Start with concepts or mock VTuber designs. Yeah, concepts should come first when you are designing. Artists struggle focusing a tongue on anatomy, but it will be covered by clothing. Exactly. Off to the races. Me, Faint Musume theme song plays in the background. I am so sad. I had to turn off the Uma Musume music in the game because I got annoyed. I got mad last night. Also, I'm now thinking about maybe a half-body apron. I got mad last night because I just finally got my like third 3-star character, and it's Biwa Hayade, which I know is or Hayahide. Hang on, I goofed that up. Biwa. Yeah. What is her name? Biwa. Wait. Hayahide? Something like that. Man, why do I not know what her name is? She's the glasses wearing white haired girl one. Just saw Biwa. Yeah, I guess Biwa is close enough. I got her. She's not one of the better ones in the game, unfortunately. Much to my maybe displeasure, but that's not the end of the world. Oh, just say Biwa. That's fair. And I just made Vodka and Scarlet and Gold Ship 3 stars. So I was like, oh, I got all these runs to do. I should do all of my runs. It could be so fun. It'd be so beautiful if I did all of my runs with those fellas. It'd be really great. I must have just been having a bad day yesterday. The RNG was not in my favor. It was terrible. It was awful. I didn't fail any careers, but like, I got only B's and B pluses. I'm an A Uma Musume trainer. What happened? Awful. I might just not know what cards to have, but like, I got better runs with them and they weren't 3 stars. And despite the fact that Biwa has a higher rating than most of the other girlies that I have, she just like, for some reason, has a lower grade and I don't understand it. I don't know what's going on. I have been betrayed. Like Teo, Aurora, and Special Week. They are very nice. My favorite is still my beloved daughter, who has the worst outfit in the whole game. I hate her outfit. I still don't like her outfit. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know why they did it to her. My beloved Taiki Shuttle. Why have they done this to her? They, like, just did not do her justice, unfortunately, and I don't know why. Oh man, I'm realizing that drawing this style of pants might be sort of weird for, hang on, this style of character that I draw. Let's see if I can do it. The pants might overlap in sort of a confusing way, but it seems like big shapes like that will be important. I gotta make it very clear that these are separate legs though, which will have to be done with shading so it doesn't just look like a skirt. But this does seem trustworthy as a character already. A little bit. We've got big, strong, rectangular, dependable shapes, which is why I drew the apron like that. The legs as being this sort of choice also is sort of related to it. Big pants shape. For the shoes, oh, I can see that these are shorter in the legs, so I might actually pull them up a little bit so I can show just a little bit of sock as a treat. So then I could wear sneakers or something like that. I could keep having... There we go. I could keep having my, like, classic docs or some sort of sneaker or something underneath. That makes me feel just a little bit more casual and a little bit less feminine, maybe. Can't wait for Skibidi Riz to be added to Uma Musume. It's not happening. It ain't gonna happen. It won't be real. Skibidi Riz, I think the only horses that are in Uma Musume are horses that have raced in the Japanese circuit, more or less. So if Skibidi Riz takes up an international career, maybe we'll see it, but I'm not convinced that we will otherwise. Also, it's fine that we're off topic now, because I'm just sort of drawing at this point, interpreting what we have here. This is my base drawing, where we're just going for big shapes. I'm not really incorporating motifs super directly yet. This is just so that I think about what I want the overall outfit construction to be. Honestly, this is not a bad outfit already. I kind of like this. It's kind of cute. Got our apron. We could have apron pockets on it. Oh, I don't think I grabbed my apron that I wanted as the reference for where the pockets will go. And then having the stripes on... Oh, see, here's where it's a hard decision to make. Do I want to go for patterned pants? Or patterned vest? Or patterned sleeves? Because those are all a place I could put a pattern. Oh, I don't have a decision on that one right now. I'll have to come back for that. But wear pattern is my note. Because we do want a pattern. The fact that this clothing does not have the most exciting of silhouettes does mean that we will want something that is going to be interesting for pattern to make the clothing itself interestingly. Sleeves or vest? Yeah! For upper body focus, that probably would be the right choice. So we'll see. Because we also need, maybe if we were to make the sleeves the pattern, we could put some of the Miss Frizzle-esque little icons on the chest area. Maybe, potentially, perhaps. I'm also not thinking about small details right now. We don't have any jewelry right now or anything like that. But honestly, that's not a bad start for the body. I could definitely play with some of these things a little bit more for better silhouette. But we'll get there when we incorporate some motifs a little bit more too, because that'll probably help. Let's see, how much time do I have? I have 15 minutes to try and make something that looks like a character design. With the pants lay, the pattern might make them lose shape. Oh, that's also true. They might not work as well three-dimensionally if I start doing a lot of crazy stuff to them. Favorite Uma is Matikane Fukukitaru. Her name's a mouthful. I know. I can only say her name if I'm reading it. If I'm trying to talk to Jubby about Matikane Fukukitaru, I goof it up and I stumble over my words, unfortunately, but she's so cute. I also like her. I just did my first run with her and it went pretty well. Not bad. There's a Jamaican racehorse named Man-Eater? Oh my god, that is pretty intense. Okay. Hang on, this probably needs to be bulkier from the way the fabric would sit. There we go. Okay. So this seems like a good basis for the clothing itself. Now for hair. We didn't really pull any hairstyles, did we? We've got the hat idea for having a hat that is the snail shell. And then we were also talking about for the face having the little, like, these thingies, which might feel just like a little bit alien. But honestly, this might be one of the places where you can get some really good asymmetry and silhouette out of the design. And then I can have my little, like, little shorter ones here, and then like a shorter one here for the snail angle. Snail shell painter beret. That's sort of what I'm thinking might be an option, but I have to be so honest with you as an artist. I, like, kind of hate the beret. Assumption for artists. I know we had an artist on here on Monday who wears berets, and for them, I say, absolutely hell yeah, yay, I love to see it for you. But for me, berets don't, like, berets, I don't understand why they're associated with artists so closely in the modern day. I don't see artists wear berets, like, at all. In modern times. But that's okay, just because it's not common doesn't mean we couldn't try it. And we do need a hat anyway for the shell. But we could also have it be that, like, my hair, if we're pretending I have hair, oh, see, this is where it might get too feminine for me. Where we already have sort of feminine shapes in the clothing. I was gonna say we could pull the hair, like, around the head into something, like, spiraling here. You know, so that it was shaped like this for the hair, and then spiraling here like it's turning into a bun. Almost like tighter Jessie hair. But that might be just a little bit too feminine in having that much hair combined with the outfit. But, like, that's kind of interesting for silhouette. I don't know. Off-center spiral hair bun. Maybe I could do it upside down? Hang on. Take that off. This, by having it in this shape, feels more, like, demure. But if I were to do it in this shape, like where I have it, like, up here on the head, that might feel just like a little spunkier. And if I'm trying to go for something a little bit more androgynous, I could make it so that, like, I'd, like, have an undercut in the hair or something, so that way we're not going to assume, like, super feminine at all. You know what I mean? This actually might be a better route. Although it does seem like this is sort of opposite in direction to what might make sense. Like putting that there seems a little more active. Make it bangs. Oh. Bangs are going to be very interesting here because I have a feeling I'm going to end up going for like bangs that are like this in some capacity, going around it, and then maybe having like a piece of hair that comes around here like this, and then like that to make sense of the hair. Maybe. I don't know if that's too feminine though. Make it bang. Oh, make the snail shell the bangs. Oh, but I wonder if it being placed in that part of the, on that part of the head might be too much. Because she's the whole snail shell like a hat. That is true. Let me grab this. But this is why we iterate. Where I tried something and was like, I don't know about that. I kind of like the undercut though. Zany, once upon a time, drew me with an undercut. And I really liked that as an idea. So like I could just have this placed on top of the head. Let me erase it off of here. I need to figure out a way to give Squiiji an undercut. But like, this is a hat. It feels just like a little bit silly, but if I pull it over like the front of the head a little bit so we can see that there's like a shape to it. Like that might help? I don't know. Thought you said you needed fangs. I don't need fangs. What do you mean fangs, huh? I don't know if I need fangs. Oh, bangs? No, I don't need bangs by any capacity. What do you mean? Hang on. I don't know if I like snail shell as hat, but I went for a kind of generic snail shell shape anyway, which might not be helping either. If I had a more, like, do you see how these ones are where they're like they're stacked? Like that. This might be kind of interesting too, but that might also not feel like a hat again. This might feel like I've just made like an updo. But once again, an updo might be kind of interesting, right? Like that's kind of cool, right? For this kind of shape for a hat. I might have to fix my head shape a little bit. If we did this as like a ponytail or some sort of hat or something. Snail Luigi hat. Luigi? Luigi board or whatever? Always confused me when I would wear one. People would ask if you're an artist. I could tell by the hat. Like, that didn't automatically have to mean that. How are you so sure it was the hat when I literally have my sketchbook out? Wait, that's actually so funny. That's actually so funny to me that people were making that assumption about you based on the fact that you were carrying, not that you were carrying a sketchbook, but because you were wearing a beret. But it is really true that people tend to make really snap assumptions about designs a lot based on whatever baggage they have. And it may just be that that person was not especially familiar with artists or what artists tend to like or how artists tend to dress. So as a result, they didn't really know what to suggest. Oh, wait, hang on. I could make this entire side of the head sort of like gloopy and like runny, right? And that could be kind of interesting too for a snail angle. Oh, thank you for the gloop. I appreciate it. Slowpoke's tail in a good way. Yeah, this is so funny. Do you see how opposite this is from how I am now already? Bangs, maybe get a little chunkier bangs missing. I like this piece of hair maybe where we get one that comes like across the head and like lifts up off the top of the head for silhouette reasons. I'll refine that a little bit later. Shell bun is kind of slaying. I am very here for it. And then the ear being left open is a good opportunity where I could bring in some like piercings or something that might fit with the Mori Key style, or some crazy Miss Frizzle shaped earrings maybe even, mayhaps. Oh, this fella's got some interesting earrings on too. What is she wearing? Hang on. Big chunky earrings that look like hearts with jars under them. We could have something very specific and very like goofy or corny for that. Oh, I feel like the snail angle with the goo would make a lot of sense too for the finger darkening thing that we thought we might do for having the fingers stained. Yeah, thank you for shrinking me. I'll resume to my normal form eventually, one day, someday, somehow. Let's see. So snail bun. I should probably have a face. I didn't grab any eyes for an inspiration for this. But if I want to be energetic, usually we want a nice big round eye shape. So let's see. If I do like a one of these. Let's see. And I'm gonna make her look us right in the eye. Oops, I should do this on a different layer. I always make the eyes too small for this style when I do them on the same layer. Let's see. Ooh. Cut. Paste. There we go. And then I can make the eyes bigger and move them a little bit if I need to. Because I do think I want them just a little bit larger. Maybe. Just a tad. But look. So endearing already. So trustworthy. And then I will, of course, have to give big chunky eyebrows because there's no other option. If you know me, I don't know of anything else. Oh, wait, we don't have glasses yet either. I gotta figure out what glasses angle might make sense for this character too. It might be just like little tiny crescent glasses on the nose. Might be kind of cute. We'll figure it out. Chunky eyebrow supremacy? Yeah. Most of the characters I design get chunky eyebrows. I almost refuse to give characters super duper thin eyebrows. Grand Blue, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Let's see. Eyebrows. I also do this thing where I tend to make the eyebrows visible through the hair, but I feel like cuter, like slightly rounder, but still chunky eyebrows might be good. And then pleasant. We're a teacher. We can be friendly. I might need to like condense the face a little bit. Right now it's not as cute as I would like because the elements are just too far apart. Let's see. I'll finagle it around another time, but we can design the eyes up to be more gloopy at some point, probably too. Sometimes you put eyelashes that are on the inside edge, and that makes a character design feel like it's more calming. But I'm not going to go crazy on eyelashes for this character because we're trying to make it a little bit more androgynous. Melty, maybe gooey glasses and live suggestion. Oh, thanks. Perfect. See, also, character design tip. Character design in front of a couple hundred people, maybe? And then they'll be able to give you inspiration. Whoa! Those are crazy! That's really wild for glasses. Look at that! I'm gonna stick this over here just to hold on to it. I was thinking that for the glasses, they might just be something like little. Just like a little like librarian-esque half moon, but then we could make them like they're drippy in some capacity. Little half moon glasses. Or like, you know, if you have the like chain that goes around the shoulder, this chain itself could be kind of gooey, which might be nice or interesting. Oh, here. This, we're only doing undercut on one side, I would say, probably for asymmetry's sake. So let me add a little bit of like hair around this side of the head, maybe. We'll reshape it. I'm not doing a good job of isolating things on layers the way I should be. Being able to turn things off and on as I see them working or not. But we're getting there. We have something started. Generally need them in my closet. The glasses, they are really neat. Gloopy earrings. We can do gloopy earrings, but I already have gloopy earrings as me, the original EG. Oh, what else could I do for the earrings? Because I feel like that would be something more specific where printmakers, if I'm printmaking. This Frizzle has all these really corny accessories on. So I am thinking about like, oh, what if I had like a printmaker's spatula? And not the screen printing one. I'm talking about like the metal ones that are like really reflective. What if I had that as an earring? Tiny shell earrings. Could do tiny shell earrings also. Or I could have like a more traditional like snail shell or something. I'm trying to think of things that are kind of corny. Ear cuff type things maybe. Yeah, also that could be true. I feel like a brayer would be really funny to put in here somewhere. If my earring was a spatula, that'd be so on the nose. But, okay. We sort of ended up into the small details area. Despite my best effort at keeping us away from that. We're not really ready for that yet. The next step before I start going for small details like earrings and stuff like that would be trying to figure out how we can incorporate the snail shell element, the snail elements, the gloop into this design by just making modifications to it more or less. So like, you know, we've got that spiraling aspect. I wonder if we could have like the cuffs terminate in some sort of spiral where it almost feels like the shells are replicated in the ends of the sleeves with where they overlap for the buttons or something. For the edge of like the apron or the skirt, just the snail himself has that like really like very loose undulation thing that happens. So we could gently reference that in maybe like the underside of the apron, maybe? By just making it slightly imperfect. Let me like draw myself a thing that's what I'm doing. There we go. Good note, EG. There we go. What other things could I pull across? I'm thinking creatively about snails. Oh, what else is there to a snail? Things are kind of shiny and reflective on snails. Calcium. I might need to broaden my horizons as to what a snail can be or can contain, maybe. Are those ears snail shells? The ear itself is not a snail shell, but I guess the ear itself could be snail shell-like, maybe in nature, potentially. Hi, Ivy. Welcome in. Oh, it's 6 o'clock. I may have to wrap this up kind of shortly here. Let's do a shoe real quick, and then we'll call this step 1 of EG as a snail, maybe. But this is only one iteration. If I was going to be designing this to be what my character would be, I would completely start from scratch on this and only keep the pose probably like at least 4 or 5 times. A shoe for this really quickly. Let's see. Converse still are like the it shoe, I feel like, for artists in some capacity. And I feel like that'll tone this outfit down a little bit more and make it more friendly and cozy. I'm gonna be able to draw a pretty decent Converse without looking right now, which is crazy, but it's only because I designed a Converse literally yesterday. Let's see, so cut that across there. It's across here. Hang on, how did these work? It was like this, and then up like that. And I'm gonna stop it before the edge of that. There we go. Maybe having the actual... Oh, I can have an emblem on the side here too, which could maybe be the snail shell too, if we are reminiscent of Converse in some capacity. You look so adorable. I love your drawing. Thank you. Oh, I forgot. I'm in just chatting still, despite the fact that I am drawing. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. This is me redesigning myself if I went with a different angle for my concept. Which is actually such an interesting angle. VTubers, if you need something to draw, redesign yourself if you were not yourself. Let's see. So here, put this here. The shoe will be like that. And then we can see that there's some leg under it. Let's see, the toe box area. This probably needs to be more rounded for a Converse. There we go. I'm not also, something just like important to note while I'm just doing this initial sketching is I'm not trying to be super accurate to how anything is going to work in space. I'm just trying to get the ideas of what might fill these areas for proportioning's sake. So that way I can look at this and say, okay, those are clearly something Converse-like. This is clearly something that is meant to reference a snail. Like, that might bug me, though, so I might have to move it over just a little bit. There we go. Ooh. There we go. But just so we have the right idea and the right direction. Also, Fuwawa Custard, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Maybe continue next week. Maybe. Next week, I thought it might just be fun if we just Pinterest board together. We can all work on just expanding our horizons as to what we think about for designs. We can go through my Pinterest boards, so that way we'll have better suggestions from when we do our Monday crits. And then also, we could maybe just build some together while we were all here together, you know? Where even are the things I drew? I made too many layers here, which is not what I would usually do. And I didn't separate my layers very nicely. Yeah, here's the pants. Like, flare those out probably a little bit more. Yeah, we're not gonna worry about what the edge of the body looks like. There we go. It'd be funny if I could make this into an actual EG outfit, but this would just look too different from me. The hair is very important to understanding what's going on with the rest of it. And now I'm like refining shapes just a little bit, but I think this might be an okay stopping point for us for today, where we've sort of gone over the basics. The next steps in this would be making the motifs more integrated into the design itself. We're figuring out how we can incorporate that gloop in an interesting way that doesn't feel like it's been overdone. How we can add more snail-related motifs in an interesting way. How I could add more elements to make it clear that I'm a printmaker to it, which might just come down to style, but we'll figure that one out too. But this is a solid start for character design. It's nowhere near done, but it is a start. And I did give you all of the tools that you would need to at least foray into character designing. If you were not designing the character yourself, you could have stopped here and sent this to an artist and say, hey, I like the pants on this thing, I like the proportioning the outfit here, but I don't want the bag or the thing around the neck. We like the edges of this thing. We like the collar here. We like the patterning. We like this as a hat. And this would likely be enough for an artist to say, okay, I have a clear idea of what you're aiming for. Maybe you give them a little extra detail about, here's my personality. Give them your little list of details about you. But that's enough to send someone. And also, my sort of like final thing is if you are not an artist yourself, do not use AI to try and make a character design reference. I promise you, I swear to you, if you try and use AI to make a character reference to send to someone to draw, they will not want to work with you under most circumstances. Even if you are somebody who cannot draw, if you just sort of loosely sketch the barest bones of something, anything, that is still better. But this is still probably the best thing you can have. You can also, make an OC and dress to impress. You can make a design using a pit crew or a pie crew. You can use a game like Infinity Nikki or Love Nikki or Cocopa Play. All of these things are much better options. There are also like customizable VTuber models that you can make something in and say, hey, here's a basis for something, but here, add these other things to it. There's so much more charm in all of these things. And these are all much better options of things you can provide an artist to work from than what those other things may have been. So just bear all of that in mind. Bear all of that in mind. And then also, when you do commission an artist, make sure you take a look at their portfolio. I see so many fellows who unfortunately end up commissioning somebody for character design, but they're somebody who isn't comfortable designing the type of character that you are. So if you are designing a character, my problem when designing characters. Most artists, if I send them my types of sketches, they assume I want to be a kid, and they will draw me in a way that makes me look like a child. Despite anything I may tell them where I'm like, I am an adult, do not draw me as a child, they don't know what to do about it. So, pick your artists carefully if you are looking for someone to illustrate you. Find somebody who can draw in the style that you want, find somebody who has evidence that they have drawn, maybe in the particular aesthetic style you want, the fashion style, somebody who's comfortable drawing characters that maybe incorporate animal elements that you have in yours, or that are comfortable drawing whatever gender expression you may want to have. Yeah. Reverse image search their portfolio because there are people who commission art bots. That's also true. VGen tends to be a pretty safe place to commission artists from, but even then it's not always foolproof. So it is not always completely safe, but VGen may be a good place to start, mayhaps. Can I boop and your little squid form? You can bot me. There's a channel point redeem if you want to pet me on the head, or you can smack me, I guess, with a baseball bat if you really want. Follow a bunch of artists, good to analyze what you like about their work. That's also true. This is also true. Building my VGen portfolio to show I can do furries, lol. Yeah! Get in there! Make the furry art! Make the furry art. Sorry, I'll calm down. Get in there, make the furry art. Yes, make sure you show the full breadth of your design skill if you're making a portfolio in that way. But also just check to make sure that people are able to draw what it is that you were hoping for from your design. So my mistake that I had made in commissioning others was once upon a time I commissioned an artist to draw me who wasn't comfortable or wasn't really familiar with drawing more like, they didn't understand that they should have more They couldn't wrap their mind around the fact that I wanted to be interpreted into their art style, but like as an adult. And that was my mistake. Partially probably in communication, but partially also because they just didn't know how to draw a, ouchie, design that is 5 heads tall as opposed to being 7 heads tall. Or I think I might even be 4 heads tall. I'm a whole 4 blueberries in height. Snail EG, Sneegy? Yeah, I guess Snail EG is kind of Sneegy, isn't it? Oh, you know, it'd be really funny. I could give this like half my current hairstyle, which is a frick butt bob, and it'd still probably be at least somewhat recognizable as me. That's probably all it would need, or if the hair was light colored. But if we're totally redesigning an EG, I'd probably have orange hair. So stay tuned, we'll see what happens there. Can't wait to get the money to commission someone for the first time. It feels exciting. It is really exciting! So I hope you have a good experience with it when you finally can. I'm also glad that me getting silenced hasn't gotten old on you yet. But I will say, this might be where I leave you for today. I am glad that I showed majority of the design process, especially as it leads up to the actual designing, because I feel like so much of what you see online, so much of what you see online for how to design a character is the actual execution of the character design, but not enough about the research and what goes into determining what the character should even be in the first place, and how we can yeah. Yeah. So, research is just as important. Exactly. Research is incredibly important. Thank you for class. You're so welcome. It was really helpful. I'm glad. Love doing my research. I do too. Honestly, the research is sometimes the most fun part for me, where the actual drawing of it sometimes isn't as interesting, as funny as that might be. I feel like we've just designed a Splatoon character. Look at that. They finally put EG in Splatoon. Took them long enough. Does the design document have a template? I will put a template in the document that I have created once it is done. I will let you guys know. Hopefully I'll have it done for Monday. And I can let you guys know it's done, but I'll link it in the description of this live also that I had made. So that way it'll be on YouTube forever also as an easy to access thing. But yeah, loved it. I was designing my PNG tuber while watching this. Yay! I'm so excited. Good luck on your PNG tuber. But yeah, that's all I have for you today. Hey, Shroommates, have a safe, enjoyable, exciting, grass-touching, relaxing, safe, did I say safe? Be safe, weekend. Happy Friday. YouTube, I still can't send you anywhere, unfortunately. It is just broken perpetually forever, but I do thank you for being here. Thank you, Shroommates. I will shroom you later, YouTube fellas. My usual salute doesn't work left-handed anymore because my mic placement.